There's no real strategy
Yeah, there
in
isn't
the
like.
early days. I guess.
Oh, are we live? All right.
Yeah.
All right. Hello, everyone. GG for Beeman and Mac for Uncharted Call in Abyss for your times. Hi, everyone. Palm, Penny, Rock, Brad. So, I'm gonna do Uncharted 4 Any Presents run. Last year I did only crushing. For this year I decided to do something different. And of course I'm using save file like normally in my Uncharted 4 runs. But besides me, I have my, what is that right word? My Jedi Master, Gav, who I beat.
Hello, everybody.
So yeah, pretty
I think I'm
much.
on a delay. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Right, we can start timer after I skip first cutscene, which is after a text disappears on screen. All right. 3,
All right.
2, 1, go. All right.
All right. Can you hear me, everybody? I hope so.
Yeah, that is plan, Elena. Well, we will see how that goes.
Sub 3:30. Yeah. So what's your goal time here?
Well,
Aukk?
I would say, well, I start with a sub 340, and then everything after that is only like, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Excellent.
But
And are you running patched or unpatched?
patch version. Yeah.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, a patched version is much more stable than unpatched. Only difference is that on unpatched version, you can use super swims, which save totally like about 1.5 minutes comparing patched version. But that is pretty much the only difference between these two versions.
That and a lot of unexpected bugs and crashes.
Yeah, that is. I have done like 3 or 4 patched runs. Sorry, unpatched runs, and every one of them ended to blue screen. And after
Oh, no.
fourth one, I decided that maybe this is not worth my time, even though you are using a save file, or you can use save file. But having blue screens almost in every run, that really makes your motivation to disappear.
Yeah, it does put a damper on the whole thing.
All right.
All right, let's see. Let's see if you can get an early bomb here.
That actually was pretty fast. That was second mine, I think.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I'm on a little bit of a delay watching you because I'm watching the stream.
Yeah,
But I can
that is
hear
fine.
you. Or yeah, so I'll try to adjust.
Yeah, you can review like how I'm playing. Of course, I'm playing. I'm best.
Okay.
Of course, I'm playing good. I'm best player in this game.
Exactly. What is there to say?
Yeah. Some people call me that I'm Uncharted 4 elitist. I have no idea what they're talking about. All right.
Couldn't possibly
Yeah.
understand who would say such a thing.
All right. This game is full of restart checkpoints, and this is one of them. and you will see me doing restart checkpoints many times during this run.
Yeah, lots of restart checkpoints. I think Melon like said that there's actually like a whole lot more where you could skip like a couple frames here and there, but they're really annoying. So we just try to do the most effective ones that are at least a few seconds or a second.
This actually takes a while because I have done runs recently without using save file, so waiting to restart checkpoints takes a little time before I get used to that.
Yeah.
Alright, so
Yeah, that's one of the perks of running without the save file.
yeah.
Behind it is that when you for the start menu, it doesn't have to save to the actual file, so it's a lot faster for the menu prompt to come up. Thankfully, we run in-game time, so it doesn't matter for the speed run, but
Oh, what
just for your own sanity.
that was interesting.
Oh,
Alright, so pretty much in here, I changed difficulty to crushing. Benefits on playing on crushing is slides are faster. Well, that is pretty much the only thing. And I will say later what is the other thing, which is benefit on playing on crushing.
I think I know what you're teasing there. Keep my mouth shut.
We will get there soon. So, a little bit of recap. We are now. This takes place. Before Uncharted 3 Young Nate events. I don't know where this is taking place, but we are now in St. Francis Orphanage, where Nathan has been living many years.
What do you want me to do?
You know my opinion.
I'm not ready to give up on him yet.
Pretty much this first chapter is just a tutorial to basic gameplay mechanics, like jumping and climbing and using grapple, which was new addition to Uncharted 4, comparing other games in series. So pretty much in here, you alert this nun, so you can get a pass to a quicker.
Yeah, this checkpoints reset is really nice too because it kind of sets you up for the perfect timing for this window jump and drop down, which is nice. It's tricky though. You can't, you don't want to get caught on any of the rest of the cover over there. And this game really wants to make you go into cover in this section because it's the cover tutorial. So Aukk did a nice job of not pressing circle too many times and not getting stuck on the corner. That was a smooth nun. Well done.
Thank you. All right, now we meet our brother Sam, which was in original scripts. Actually, Sam was other villain in this game besides Wraith, but after Neil Druckmann, bless him. After Neil Druckmann started like taking control of Uncharted 4 with Bruce Straley, they changed script like totally to different way comparing original one. Alright, so pretty much in here, Sam introduces a new addition to Uncharted series gameplay mechanics, which is grapple hook, and which is actually like nice addition, like because climbing like gameplay mechanics didn't change much in first 3 Uncharted games. So these like added a little bit more, or basically,
Yeah, I was gonna say that too.
yeah. But yeah,
I really
basically,
like the addition of rope.
yeah, basically, Grapple Hook added more like variety to gameplay and level design.
So, what you been up to?
And it's just really cool.
Still dating that
Yeah, because like using a Grapple Hook like as a game mechanic actually works like pretty damn nice.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, especially with like combat. You can get airborne and traversal. Who doesn't want to leap into an abyss and instantly grapple?
Yeah,
It's
that is
amazing.
yeah, that is true, and especially when you are more used to level design and gameplay.
Mhm.
Like you can use that many different ways actually.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
are you gonna do some
right behind
rope
you.
skips at all?
I'm gonna do a few.
Okay.
Alright, that restart checkpoint puts Sam much further. And you can do jumper rolls in here.
Oh. Yeah, I never do the jump rolls here because I've killed myself too many
Yeah,
times.
you can easily fall. fall when you're doing those.
Yeah. And like the beginning parts of this game are slow enough that dying here and restarting just I couldn't do it again. So I stopped rolling.
Mm.
All right, that was a sloppy climb up, I must say. Auk.
Yeah,
You didn't
that
get
was a little bit. Yeah,
didn't get the free climb.
I'm a little bit embarrassed of myself.
You do know where you're going, right?
Yeah. So what I'm talking about is so when Nate climbs and jumps on things, if there's no wall under you, then you'll like climb and dangle. But then if there is something under you, then you won't. So and you can jump right away. So there's a couple places. Most of the time, it doesn't matter. Like you're either gonna get one or the other. But there's a couple places where if you jump at just the right spots, then you won't dangle. And that's one of them.
Yeah, that is pretty much true, and we are reaching end of chapter 1, which is pretty much, well, you can only fail when you are doing run some moments in this chapter, because this is pretty much well routed. Oh, that was bad. Nobody saw that.
Okay.
I didn't see nothing. If you know what, I've died too many times in this chapter to that I'm
Yeah, you can.
embarrassed.
Well, you can easily mess up movements sections.
Yeah.
So we are now what I would say like 10 years ahead. And now
Yeah. Sounds about right.
we
Meeting
are
Gustavo here.
this is also a still tutorial teaching us melee combat in this game, which is pretty much a square and triangle. Sometimes circle, but not in here.
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed that I felt like the Uncharted 3 melee combat had added some new depth. And in this game they kinda scaled it back to just square.
Yeah, they
know?
kind of
But they
like
added some
they kind of like downgraded a melee system, but at the same time, like in Uncharted 4, you actually like can feel these punches, and this is like more cinematic, I would say, melee combat comparing other games, because gameplay is much more
Yeah,
smoother.
it's like they took control back to make it a little more cinematic and it looked the way they wanted to, I guess, instead of letting you control it more like in 3.
Yeah, that is because in Uncharted 4 gameplay is I would not so janky than in Uncharted 1, 2, or 3. Like this is much more like fluent, and you actually have a control of Nathan, and pretty much like over 90% of time you can't blame a game if you fail in movements.
Yeah,
Roasting a little bit previous Uncharted games in here.
I mean you gotta, you know. Uncharted 4 has an unfair advantage. It's on the PS4.
Well, yeah,
So,
but
you know,
I
I
think
don't,
well, yeah, that is true, but I think in Last of Us, Naughty Dog improved their melee system much more. Same with
yeah, which they were able to like take that knowledge and experience into this as well.
yeah, same with Last of Us Part 2. Like they added more like variety to melee system, and so same with Uncharted 4. Both games are like much more smoother to play.
Definitely.
But yeah, pretty much right now we are just walking through this prison. You can't do anything else in here. You can't even use the inspect mode. Like left analog is pretty much like only button. You have to use for this about 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. There's a couple spots like this,
Yeah, there is few like
which is unfortunate for the speed run, but it's nice for the casual game. Build the atmosphere and stuff and the characters. But then in the speed run, you're just like, I'm walking down this hallway for the 800th time, trying to make sure I don't bump my wrist on this freaking pipe.
Alright, so pretty much in here, Vargas actually is working with us. He let us into this prison, and he lets Nathan to discover that tower. Nice moment, by the way. He lets Nathan to discover that tower, where there might be some evidence or proof that there might be a treasure which this crew is seeking on. But because pretty much what I was saying, yeah, they are seeking a lost long pirate treasure, and that tower might have like some a clue or hint where to go next, and Nathan goes to discover is there anything useful for them.
Yeah. Your classic Uncharted adventure. Looking for hints and clues to an ancient lost treasure. So Nate's been at this a long time, if this is his flashback. I guess technically he's been at it since Uncharted 3. Oh, nice rope grab. Oh. You got the rope put away animation.
Yeah, that sucks a little bit. That is pretty much you can avoid that happens or not.
Yeah, have you figured out how to like prevent that, or
that is like one way to prevent that is that if you see that Nathan starts doing that animation, you just wait before you climb. Like you wait about like
okay.
1 second, and then he puts a rope back to his hip.
Here's the other half. Now then,
Gotcha.
that's more like it. Okay, got a zodiac symbol.
All right, so puzzle is to find number 12, and there is number 12.
Yeah, the puzzles in this game are a lot more simplified, I think, than in previous games.
Yeah,
They're pretty
Down we go.
straightforward.
they are
and
pretty
kinda rare.
straightforward, but I would say that that puzzle in chapter 9, that actually is like, if you're playing or you don't know like what to do, that actually takes some time.
That's fair. You know what? You got me there. That one does.
But because
That one does take
yeah,
some critical thinking.
but
Yeah.
because we know like what is most fastest way to do that, that is like 15 seconds, and that is done.
Right. Right. Yeah, that one was pretty not bad, but still not as hard as like anything in Uncharted 3, I would say.
Well, I would say that Lost Legacy has like most challenging puzzles in series.
Oh yeah, like the shadow puzzle.
Shadow puzzle, and I would say that last
Now we're talking.
platform puzzle in Trident temple.
Right.
I think was that Trident
Trident.
or was that Axe? Like anyway, that
the
was
axe one. Yeah.
yeah. But like anyways, stuff happens in here. As Nathan meets Sam and Rafe, and they are trying to escape from this prison, but of course things are going south. But yeah,
As they usually do.
but yeah, pretty much in here. I'm playing bad, of course, right now. This fight is actually faster than crushing, because you can do these double melee kills with Sam, and these are faster. You have to knock out 6 guys in here, and I hope I'm not gonna die. This isn't pretty fast right now.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of bad luck.
Yeah, that was a little
in
bit
this
bad luck.
section right now.
But yeah, like anyways, after you knock down a 6 guy, restart checkpoint, wait like in here few seconds, then Gustavo comes around corner and grabs you.
There he is. That was a good grab. Excellent grab.
Oh
Sometimes he tries to
at
punch
least that was sometimes though.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can get easily time loss in this fight, even that this doesn't seem like that. And when Gustavo grabs you, restart checkpoints. Then just match triangle. Well, actually, you have option either to mash triangle or hold triangle, but I like to mash triangle.
I'm a hold triangle kind of guy. There's the fight. All right. So first part was rough, but the second part was really good.
Yeah, the second part was like much better. Like Gustavo didn't like hit me even once almost.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, as you can see, most like right now, why there's most people I don't like speedrunning this game. That is because you are watching coin in right down corner most of time. Well, not most of time. About 40 minutes of run.
Yep. Yep. We got very friendly with the spinning coin.
But yeah, pretty much if you don't use save file, loading times are a little bit faster. But then if your game crashes, etc., then you're pretty much fucked. That pole grab, by the way, that easily can fail. I'm always scared of doing that.
Oh yeah, I've died a few times to that pole as well. Because what happens there is, so as soon as you grab the pole, you want to be pressing circle to drop off the pole. So if you press circle too soon before Nate actually grabs it, then the circle input reads as, let me go past this pole without grabbing it, because that's what circle also does in this game. So yeah, if you press circle too soon, you die.
But yeah, pretty much what happened, why we are escaping in a rush in here right now. Ray. Oh, nice. Actually, I got that skip.
Oh, nice.
But yeah,
That's
what
tricky
happened
one.
in story? Ray killed prison head Vargas, and that means that we have to escape in a hurry. And I think most people who played this game on first time and were wondering like where Sam was all this time, this pretty much gives you an answer what happened to him.
We're restarting checkpoints. This one doesn't seem like it saves you a lot, but sometimes Sam can take a second or two before he triggers to walk over to the boxes. So it's best to just kind of do it.
Yeah, that's still,
just to make sure
yeah,
you get this consistently.
Yeah, definitely. That still can save time, and depends like where you kill a last enemy. If you are like a little bit far from the vent, then it's better to use restart checkpoint in there.
All right. I guess should I have been explaining this story as we go, or should I let you keep doing that?
We can do both ways.
Okay.
But
I just
yeah,
keep
like
forgetting,
pretty much.
so.
Yeah, but yeah, pretty much like next two chapters are pretty slow. So. Oh fuck! Brave was ahead of me.
Yeah. Oh no. This part is also kind of tricky because you can get in front of Rafe, and Rafe will move faster the faster you move, but you also have to make sure Rafe gets to the top platform before you do. Because if you jump too soon and Rafe isn't there, the game just won't let you grab the pole and you die.
Yeah, that is pretty tricky.
So you
and
want to get
also,
in front of them.
Yeah. What I was saying, yeah. I just skipped a best cutscene in this game. Sam dies, but unfortunately he doesn't die, so he's later in this game. And those who didn't notice my sarcasm, I'm I'm sorry. But yeah, pretty much in there, like you get like answer what happened to Sam and why he isn't in the first 3 games, even though he was added clearly for this game.
So, so what do you guys think Sam was up to during the flashbacks in Uncharted 3? Just like in juvie somewhere,
Actually,
just stealing an apple.
I actually he was in prison in Colombia.
Ah, is there a reference to that somewhere?
I think there isn't like reference, but like when Nathan says like, if you remember in the start of chapter 17, in that cutscene to Elena, that if they weren't prison for time to time, they were in there together. Like that is like hint.
That's true. Yeah.
That is like hint that Sam was
right.
pretty much in prison during Uncharted 3 flashback events. And to be honest,
so there you go.
Yeah, to be honest, this game does pretty decent job, like for adding a character to series which has like existed all this time, but he makes his first appearance in latest game in Nathan Drake Journey.
Hmm. Yeah, it's true. It's not like it's not a big deal for something strange to happen in an Uncharted game.
But yeah, what we are doing now? We are scuba diving in river, and this is pretty much Nathan's
Melon's
day.
favorite chapter.
Yeah, this is pretty much Nathan's day job after quitting as fortune hunter. But as we always know, when you are once a thief, you are always will be a thief.
Sorry.
But yeah, to be honest, when I played this game first time, I actually thought that, oh, we are actually on new adventure immediately, because we are scuba diving in bottom of ocean. But when truth reveals, like a little bit later, I had like most biggest face palm ever.
Well, I mean, that means that's exactly how they wanted you to feel,
Yeah,
right?
because this is actually like
It's setting itself up.
yeah, definitely, because this is actually like a devious way to tell a gamer that Nathan is still like searching a lost treasure. But actually, lost treasure in here is copper.
Good old copper wiring in the city river.
Triangle prompt didn't want to work.
Yeah, like this is the most complicated controlling section. I use like 4 fingers to do this part. It's terrible. Just get like that
Oh,
perfect
nice.
swim through. Triangle mashing.
That was
Excellent.
completely normal.
Yeah, completely normal.
But yeah, pretty much like first hour of this game is, I would say that even I think like intro of this game is prologue, then chapters 1 and 2, like intro of this game is pretty much like first hour.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got a nice long intro.
But pretty much when you reach Scotland, then this speedrun actually becomes pretty damn fun, I would say.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. Like you get that chapter 7 is like the big finale of the intro.
But yeah,
You get to finally like play the game. And then
yeah, that
chapter
is
8
true.
you're just like now you're in it.
But yeah, like pretty much chapter 7 is already pretty straightforward. That you don't have to like do slow walks, anything like that. You can pretty much just go forward all the time. Like there is one little, actually few little like slow parts in the chapter, but like otherwise, from chapter 7 to pretty much chapter 15. There is chapter 16, of course, which is a little like not so interesting speedrun wise. But we
At least
will.
it goes pretty quick. Like for the speed run, you can get it done in a few minutes.
But yeah, this guy in here, like yeah, he has like best line ever, like Melon says in chats. And if you have that right accent, toss down your gear. That was almost correct.
Toss down your gear.
Yeah, this always I like to meme in here.
He's the hey thanks Tommy of this game.
Yeah,
Toss down
pretty
your
much.
gear.
So now we meet our boss, Jameson. and Nathan is his go-to guy because Nathan wants to do everything. Job like this in here. Wait behind this pole or whatever that is. Wait when Jameson is stopped. Then move forward. Then you skip a little bit dialogue in there. Alright, that was chapter
Nice.
3. Well, Brad, I'm getting a little bit... Don't say anything like that. Because you are giving me ideas that you don't want to hear.
I don't know. I'm interested in the ideas.
Maybe I will rebuild them later. So
Okay.
pretty much in here, this whole attic is what is that? Like pretty much there is like
It's the museum of Nate's old life.
yeah, pretty much like there is
A mausoleum, maybe.
pretty much yeah. You can relive like true memories from first 3 Uncharted games on this attic. Unfortunately, this game totally ignores Golden Abyss. That didn't happen in the if you in these games or in this game universe. So I like to turn down lock on aim in here. Turn off, sorry, lock on aim in here. Much easier to hit all these 4 targets. And if you recognize all of these targets have enemies from previous Uncharted games.
Yeah, that's a nice touch. Have the old enemies. And lock on aim, it can be it's so lock on-y that sometimes it actually is more difficult to shoot things that you want to shoot, you know.
Yeah, that is
it's
true.
Great for spray and pray.
Yeah, that is
not so great for precision shooting.
Yeah, that is pretty much like only thing which which I like in lock on aim in this game is that lock on aim shows you like what enemy like you are like trying to aim on when you are not still aiming. That is like only benefit in this game's lock on.
Right.
All right, so
yeah, the lock on is pretty powerful, so it's like really effective at being lock on aim, but then like overrides your ability to do anything else.
And I'm sorry guys, I got tired of playing Uncharted 4. I'm gonna play a little bit Crash.
Just a brief interlude.
This was actually like best Easter egg ever, if being honest.
Yeah, it was really exciting.
Like
to get to this part.
Like when you saw that that was actually Melon 394s. That doesn't save any time, by the way, I think. That is just like for more for a swag than for actual speedrun. But yeah, that is pretty much like, yeah, that is most, yeah, that definitely isn't longest chapter in this game. That actually, if you like search that whole house, then there is like a lot of like nice and interesting stuff to discover, but in speedrun that isn't recommend doing.
Right. Yeah, like when I first played this game, I spent a good long while in that attic.
Yeah, you can spend
everything.
Yeah, you can spend like 30 to 45 minutes just wandering around that house.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really well-made house. Too bad we don't care. Get right to Crash, skip a few cutscenes, and now we're gonna get into now this is where Sam comes back to find Nate here at Jameson Salvage. and tells him his long tale of woe, surviving in the prison and being stuck there all this time, and how he escaped and his plan for his escape, which is what we're loading into now. So this is like your first fighting section. It's not so much a tutorial, so to speak, but it is kind of. So you got like Alcazar and his guards are really going to protect you for a lot of this fight, of this chapter. So it's meant to like kind of introduce you to the shooting mechanics, and they do it as Sam's flashback, which I think is neat. Because then it's like when you get to play Nate with a gun, you already know what you're doing, which is what Nate's supposed to be, already knowing what he's doing. So I thought that was cool.
We're doing the world a favor, huh?
Yeah, pretty
And
much.
this is
Yeah.
Hector Alcazar. He is a
Remember how to use it.
big gang drug lord cartel guy that was in the same cell as Sam and was constantly hearing Sam talk about this pirate treasure that we were looking for in the beginning of the game, and how great it is, and you know his fascination with pirates, etc. So when Hector Alcazar is planning his escape, he decides to take Sam with him, and we'll see why shortly.
So pretty much in here, this fight is pretty simple, like on every difficulty. This first fight, I like to do this like when Alcazar says "Sigan al friente." Sorry for my pronouncing. I don't know how to say that. When he says that line, restart checkpoints, because I think that this is still faster on Explorer than just going through these fights normally. And when they start firing those guys, you can restart checkpoints also. But that actually was cheap 8. Wow.
Oh. That's an example of when a restart checkpoint goes wrong.
Yeah. That doesn't matter. That isn't much timeless. And after every guy gets killed, every card gets killed, you can restart checkpoints. And Alcazar's dialogue starts a little bit earlier.
Huh. See, I'm learning a couple things too. I forgot about this restart checkpoint in one of the earlier ones as well.
And pretty much in here, when that wall blows up, restart checkpoints. That really depends, Mac, because loading times are inconsistent in this game.
If this game had instant loads, how much would it save? Yeah, Brad's right. It's about 40 minutes.
Because I still
depending on, it can be variable.
But yeah, when I get a PS5, I'm trying to get one in a few weeks, or as fast I can. I'm actually gonna try to do a full run. That actually was not not actually planned. Well. Anyways, because we are playing on Explorer, just kill all these guys as quick as you can, then just go in here. Can
Well
you?
done.
But yeah, what I was saying, that when you play, when I have chance to play this game on PS5, like I want to see like is that like how much faster in real time when you do full run.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
Like
I've only done Lost Legacy on a PS5, and like I've tested some load screens on this, but I've never done like a whole run to see how much you really save.
Yeah, and that really depends. Are you using save file or not using save file?
Yeah,
But yeah, what
definitely. In Lost Legacy, I think it save a decent chunk. That one doesn't have as long a load screens as this game, but it still has a
that is
decent
true,
amount.
and I think like I'm not sure actually about Last of Us Part 2 now. After game got a 60 FPS patch, is load times how much improved?
Yeah, because they don't have a patch for this game yet, right?
Yeah, they don't have, and even though they would release a patch like for this game and Lost Legacy and Last of Us Part 2, that still doesn't like remove all loading screens because these games were designed for PS4, which doesn't have SSD.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Now, in The Last of Us 2, did the loading screens improve
I think they are improved. Like
with the PS5 patch?
I think I watched Digital Foundry like doing a test of 60 FPS in Part 2, and there was like example on PS4 Pro when you load from menu to chapter, that takes like 1.5 minutes. On PS5 that takes like 45 seconds. So they are like, well, 50% faster, but that was like only one test.
Yeah.
And
Right.
that was
One load, yeah.
and that was load from menu to chapter. And like, what about when you skip cutscene in Part 2?
Yeah.
And because
All right, so we pick up here with the Drake brothers, and they've gone to Italy. That's because when Sam escaped the prison, Hector Alcazar decided that as payment for him getting him out of prison, he wants Sam to find the treasure and give him half the bounty. So Sam comes to Nate, bring him out of retirement one last time to go hunt for the treasure to save Sam's life, because Hector will kill him otherwise. So here we are. We're on our way to Italy because Sam had found that the original clue, or no, the cross that they found in Panama that was empty. There's another cross that's going to be sold at a black market auction here in Italy. So they're here to steal the cross and find the missing clue that they failed to find in Panama so many years ago.
I'm actually worried about
for Sam's.
I'm actually worried about doing this skip.
Oh no.
Uh,
All right, so should we talk about the skip a little bit?
yeah, we can. So upcoming.
I guess let's. I'll wait for you to do it, and then I'll explain it. I guess.
Yeah, like so upcoming skip like right now is first skip in this game's any presence. That saves like 45 to 60 seconds. I'm not sure like what is correct time. That is more or less easy to perform. And ironic that I actually spent like 1.5 minutes in here in my current PB. So
wow,
we will see how this goes. So pretty much be as close as wall as you can, then turn, hold aim at the same time. And that was first row.
nice, well done.
Pretty much in here.
You got a good kick.
Yeah, pretty much in here. I like to use photo mode, so I know where to go. If you play on unpatch, there isn't photo mode. So I actually don't even know
Yeah,
where I'm
it's one
going.
of the.
But yeah, if you play on unpatched, you don't know. Like where you have to know where you actually are going in here, because you can't see anything at all.
And yeah, so part of the reason, like we were complaining earlier about the unpatched version, is very crashy. Part of that is because you can't, because when this game came out, there was a day one patch, which added things like photo mode and, you know, probably a whole bunch of stuff too. And I'm sure fixed a lot of the buggy parts. So that's why when you play unpatched, you don't get photo mode or any of those day one fixes. Hence, you get crashes a lot. But if you were playing this at the time, then you could have played it patched and still had the glitch. But we can't, there's no way to download the version 1.1, But well done on the skip. You made it past the thing.
Not
The
done
whole
yet.
point of
Not
this
done
now
yet.
is to have the rope. Oh yeah, we're not done yet. You're right.
All right, so this jump is pretty specific, and also in here I like to just mash X and do that instead, like climbing on top of window and then jump in here. That is much more safe doing, because you pretty much can't fail that. All right, so in
Interesting. I
here,
haven't seen that.
pretty much in here, you really need to know like where you are going, because even for if you are using even photo mode in here, everything is still deloaded. But yeah, after you see Sully, you wait.
Found Sully.
You wait in here, like pretty much like you're waiting that you see that spawns are not appearing anymore. Then you can restart checkpoint. And more funny things that because we have still rope, and if you press rope prompt, you are doing T-pose.
It's pretty fun.
Yeah, that doesn't save any time. That is just like that is like a pleasure to do. All right, so now we are testing, are my pickpocket skills still in good shape?
This is always a really nerve-wracking part because
that
if you
that
miss
doesn't
it the
save
first
time.
try, you have to.
I actually think that if you fail this like 3 times, I think, then Sam's says to Nathan that I'm distracting him, and then you pick up that key card.
Oh, really? I thought it was just one time. Maybe that's just on crushing.
Oh no, I think like if you fail like a pickpocket on third attempt, then Sam like distracts that waiter.
Right. So, and yeah, and that takes like probably another minute plus, where you have to wait for Sam to walk over and start talking to him, and then you can get the prompt again.
Yeah, and this
So
is
don't
downside
fail.
right now using a save file. Because if you're not using the save file, you get a much more less like these random loading screens. Like over 90% of times when you use save file, this doesn't appear in here. But of course that appears now. Anyways.
Yeah.
You wait like when meter is in halfway. And then you go in here. Just be like patient. Then mash triangle. And that actually is counted as treasure. Not really. That actually has when you pick up treasure, that has the same voice effect, I think. I'm not sure actually, but nevertheless, that is still one of the treasures in this game. Anyways, we are now heading to Cellar, and Victor, or Sully in this case, is talking with our newest character besides Sam in this game, and Rafe. He's talking with Nadine upstairs, using his old charm.
That's right, yeah. So we've been introduced to Nadine, who is the leader of a mercenary group called Shoreline that has been hired by Rafe to help him secure the treasure, which he is also after, still after all these years.
And pretty much during a speedrun, we only meet Nadine 2 times.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, first one is
That's funny.
First one is in chapter 7, and next one is in end of chapter 15. Of course,
Bad luck with Sam there.
Yeah, of course you see Nadine in cutscenes, yeah, but like in gameplay, you only meet her in next chapter and in chapter 15. Pretty much actually same with Rafe, if you think about it. You meet Rafe only in chapter 2 and in last chapter during gameplay.
Wow, that's true too. That's pretty funny.
But actually, I think that is more than example in previous Uncharted games, how you meet villains in those games out of cutscenes.
Yeah,
that is actually.
I was just trying to remember in the old games, like Navarro, you see once at the end, where the guy with the actual villain, the old white-haired guy,
Roman. Yeah,
Roman,
you pretty much don't meet. Well, of course, you meet Flynn in Uncharted 2, and in chapter 2 and in chapter 23 or 24. But yeah, that is on pretty much the same scale in every Uncharted game, how many times you meet villains.
I never thought about that. But that's pretty funny.
Alright, so there is still. This is pretty much also like one climbing tutorial, this whole chapter. There isn't like any much else to do in here.
Yep. We're still on basically the intro of this game. We're still setting the stage, learning the mechanics.
But yeah, I still actually like playing this game's intro, even I grinded this game last year, like many hours. I think in my PS4 like recap, that said that I played Uncharted 4 like over 500 hours last year. And
wow.
That I would say that only like 10 to 15 hours of that was multiplayer or survival. Everything else was speedrun stuff.
Nice. That's dedication.
Yeah, this is still my favorite speed game. Well, I can't say that I have tried multiple different games.
Yeah, I mean that's I'm sort of similar where
Sam,
I
you good?
speed run this game and Lost Legacy mostly just because I love
Oh,
these
that's the style
games.
these days.
Because like I don't really speed run any other games.
Because we're in Italy. I get it.
uh, I dabbled in Resident Evil when I was going for like the trophies, doing speedrun strats, and I was like, this is fun, but I don't think I'll ever
Do I
put
actually
the
get
effort in
loading
to
screen?
get like a real speedrun time. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is another one of those spots where you can get unlucky and get caught in a loading screen. Let's see. Nice jump, nice jump. So
This actually,
another
this
thing you
turn,
can do in this game.
this pole turn is sometimes like pain for me.
Yeah, it's a rough one. It's a hard, like the angle that it expects you to get is
Yeah,
pretty
but
weird.
yeah, that is pretty much, that is only one you do in this whole game. Same with Lost Legacy, actually. You only
Yeah.
do that kind of turn once in chapter 8, I think. Yeah, in chapter 8. Well, you will see.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys will see that when Gav is doing Lost Legacy crushing. Then I'm doing
Uh,
Lost Legacy any percent few hours later.
having like having a senior moment because I'm like, when do you do that in chapter 8? What is chapter 8? I
That
don't even
is.
remember.
Oh, hold on. When that platform or ledge breaks down when Chloe reaches that, I think. Just before.
I guess I'll find out.
That is just before the chapter 8 fight.
Huh.
I'm still not ringing any bells.
Oh, yeah. Now I remember. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I remember now.
Come on. Yeah, give me a sec.
Alright, so what happens in story? The cross is now in auction and ready for bid, and Wraith is trying to get that cross to himself, and Sully is just competing with him and buys Nathan some time to turn off power from this whole place. So Sam can sneak and pick up a cross to his crew.
Indeed. We're pulling off our heist right now. And that's chapter 6.
Yep.
So now for the action.
Yeah, there is now at least like some. That actually sounds stupid to say that, and I'm speedrunning this game. But yeah, there is now actually
Tell me you got the cross.
like more gameplay variety. First time during. No,
Let's
I
see,
can
you're
do
gonna
it.
go for the jump. Yep.
I actually haven't even practiced that. I actually did that by accident once, just when I was messing around.
Yeah. So did I one time. Like I practiced it and I couldn't really get it. And then one time in a run, I just accidentally pressed the punch button while I was mashing jump for no reason, and it worked. And I was like, oh. But yeah, what we're talking about there is when you're walking, sometimes if you punch, you can cancel your punch into a jump. And then once you're jumping, you can use jump rolls to avoid going into a neutral state at all. And then you get to jump roll around in a spot where Nate's supposed to only be walking and not allowed to jump or anything. So in that little section right there, you can use it to kind of move through a little faster, like save 5 seconds maybe. Because you don't have to wait for Sully to finish talking.
Yeah,
And
about
now we
yeah,
are fighting Nadine.
yeah, about 5 second time save. I think can be even more. I'm not 100% sure.
nice deep pose. I love it.
Alright, so a strat in here is mass a square immediately. Then go one step further. And then when Nadine grabs you, restart checkpoint. And then strat is don't do anything. And you trigger this scene faster.
Now hand me the artifact.
Did you know all the artifacts here?
Nicely done. No, have you timed whether or not any of these prompts changed anything?
In the first one, if you use X dialogue, that is like 2 seconds slower than any other. In last, I think every one of them is same amount.
Okay.
But I like to press
Noted.
square in both of these.
You're no chiropractor. The technique is
That is pretty much
Yeah,
because
just
that is pretty much because you pretty much spam square also in here. So like you are like a little bit prepared.
Where is it?
Like you
Yeah.
don't when you
Yeah.
mash square, you don't even see a prompt most likely in the as like now.
yeah.
All right, so
Yeah, because there's some moments where I'm just like, wait, do I press square or triangle? Which prompt is it going to be today?
just met your friend Nadine Ross.
It's like, no, this one's square.
Well, it's total chaos out here. We're trying to keep it contained, but everybody's freaking out. I don't want to rush you, but hurry the hell.
all right, so that was introduction to Nadine, and we will meet later.
Sign thing is on the way.
I would say in about 1.5 hours, real time.
Yeah, sounds about right.
This is one of those places where I like to turn off lock on aim. Like only because if one of these guys like goes behind of a cover in here, you can't pretty much shoot them at all. Well, that would have been like great RNG, but you never can be prepared.
Hanging in there.
Yeah, yeah, because they'll duck, go behind cover, but like your angle makes it so you can kind of still shoot them anyway. But the lock on aim is going to force you to only shoot their center mast, which is going to be behind cover. So instead of just like aiming and shooting them in the shoulder or the head, you get stuck waiting for them to come out of cover, which is not good. Woo! What a jump. Pro right here.
Yeah, I actually did that jump
Almost to the bar.
previously without aiming, but that is much more easier when you aim and then you jump after that immediately.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever even tried that one. This is going to be interesting. You're basically giving me tips for our races later.
Alright, so this is...
It's a tricky jump. You know?
Yeah, that is can be tricky. Alright, so this is final of game's intro. This fight actually is like legendary on crushing, but when we are playing on Explorer, it's like this.
Alright, boys, change of plan. Too many people.
You heal about... You can left 2 guys alive.
There's that fountain just outside the ball.
Then these opens, these doors open.
We need to get the hell out of here. Sam, this way.
Nice.
Sully, we're running out of time here.
Someone call for a limo.
Nice, nice.
All right. There is.
Amazing.
I think there is total 5 or 6 places where I like to watch my time, and first time is when chapter 8 starts. When I usually watch my time. I would say that sub 53 minutes in here is like if you are going for a decent any percent time, like sub 53 is bare minimum in here. Although I got almost 54 minutes in my PB in here, so that doesn't make any sense. 51:55. That is nice pace still. Like close to sub 50 is possible, but that needs like almost everything being flawless.
Still, that's a nice pace coming into chapter 8. So now in chapter 8, what we've found out from the cross that we stole from Italy is that Saint oh my God, what's his name? Avery. So Henry Avery went to this owns this what is it? A church?
Cathedral.
Is it a cathedral? Whatever. Yeah. So he owns this cathedral, and the theory was that there was something buried at the cathedral, but they realized that it's not buried at the cathedral. The clues are actually at the graveyard that's next to the cathedral. So now Nate and Sam and Sully are on their way to the graveyard to find the next clue before Rafe can. Rafe has subsequently, over the years, purchased this plot of land for the purpose of excavating it for more clues about Avery's treasure.
Yep. Dynamite.
So pretty much in here, this is tutorial of using, well, pretty much grenades, but these are dynamites in this case, and you only use dynamites in Scotland during this whole game. In the rest of chapters, there is only grenades for use. This is like last tutorial, or almost last tutorial, like how to use like weapons, etc. in this game. And in here, when you see your weapon layout, restart checkpoints. Alright, this is pretty easy fights on Explorer, but like, I would say, because you take like so much damage actually when you're moving these crates, that doesn't make any sense. Like, watch me now. I'm almost without any colors. Then I start moving again. Don't have any colors. And then I get them back in less than a second. You take
Even on Explorer mode, they program this box to make it so that you just take a lot of damage because they didn't want you, I guess, to do what Auk's doing right now and just move the box and continue on.
Yeah, you take same amount of damage on every difficulty when you move that box. And that really doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
And pretty much in here, restart checkpoint in here makes Sam spawning up here. So you don't have to wait him to climb up.
Yeah, it also will reset the position of any enemies down below too. So, I mean, on Explorer, it doesn't matter as much because they don't see you, I don't think.
Yeah.
But on Crushing, if they were looking at you, then you want to restart so that they stop looking for you.
Yeah, on Crushing, they might see you when you use first grapple, and that is like worst RNG you can get.
Yeah,
but
that's also why, like on the Crushing, you always kill the guy at the top before you get to the checkpoint, because then if you restart the checkpoint, the guy at the top is way more likely to see you.
And in here,
so you definitely want to kill him.
Yeah, in here I recently noticed that I was always unsure about timing of this restart checkpoint in here, but that is when restart encounter disappears, then you can restart checkpoints.
Oh. Yeah, I always waited for his foot to get up top, but I guess I could do it a little earlier. Nice jump rolls. So the jump rolling in this game, you can actually buffer a roll out of your jump and it'll cancel out your animations. So normally when Nate gets to the bottom of that slide, he has to dust off his feet and hands. But if you buffer rolls and jumps out of the rolls every time, skip it.
Don't hit me. No. He was literally... not for me. Brad, Melon's game is broken.
Yeah, I've been there, Melon, and when my PS4 towards the end of its life, certain games just would crash and not work. Like I was playing Uncharted 2, and at the beginning of chapter 5, they would just blue screen. Oh.
This gravel skip isn't this hot, thank you. And yes, I'm not going for second gravel skip, because that literally sucks.
Yeah.
That honestly sucks.
Right.
Like, I have no idea like how Isma does that like so easily.
I know. I don't know either. I'm terrible at it.
But yeah,
I've
pretty
tried
much
for hours to get like a.
pretty much camera like placement is important when you do that gravel skip. Like if your camera is like a little bit in wrong angle, then that can fail very easily. And that can save like about 15 seconds. But if you fail that once, well, there is no time save anymore.
Right.
And in here,
and like
you can continue.
I was just gonna say this: the camera angle with your climbing in general is very important in this game. It really dictates where and how you go. So like, especially when you first start playing this game, a lot of times like Nate would go and jump into places I didn't want him to. And it's because your camera is not perfectly, well, it's not positioned where you would want him to go, you know. But once you get used to it, you gain a lot of control over Nate. And it's nice. It becomes smooth over time, you know.
So yeah, I was saying that in any percent, we left that one guy alive, and that gives us combat speed, so we don't have to do jump rolls in there at all, and that gives you fast walk after you enter a dormitories area.
Sam, come here. Find it?
Yeah, that's a good point. You want to do that as much as you can. Same as the other games where when you're in combat, that's the fastest Nate will move.
Like it doesn't belong to the
So if you can, stretch that out for as long as possible, that's what's best.
Should be facing.
So on crushing, unfortunately, you can't do that because that guy... Actually, I haven't tried, but that guy will kill you in in a blink of an eye.
You can do it actually. You can, if you're lucky and fast, you can get, if you kill the two guys and get up the gravel, you can make it across without him killing you, but he will probably kill you.
So pretty much when we enter this area, just when restart the encounter is in here, you can restart checkpoints and you get triangle prompt faster.
And this is a really weird section where this puzzle is considered an encounter by the game, because it's got like 4 different checkpoints, and then but they leave the encounter one in so you can start over from the beginning. I'm not really sure why. It's the only section that's not.
There is few, I think. I'm not 100% sure. Well, I think, well, not anything similar, but there is of course when you like kill last enemy on that area where you are, restart encounter still is in there, even though like encounter is already over. There is like
Right.
there is
But then
about
even in those, if you press encounter, won't it bring all the enemies back?
yeah, that would actually.
Yeah. So yeah, like there's some fights where the encounter will end, and then others where
And
it kind of
but
won't.
yeah, but yeah, right now the encounter is gone, and who knows why.
Let's give this a shot.
Yeah, that is weird. I guess because you solved the puzzle officially.
Yeah,
Ben Sesame.
yeah, that would actually be seeing this puzzle as encounter in encounter select.
I know it,
No, but
that would be really funny.
All right, so this actually you get some story, like the talking here,
probably need
and that line, what Sam says in there, that usually is because we skip or we hold on, yeah, because you use restart checkpoints, that like rogues a game some way and dialogue system, and so Sam like gives you tip like how to solve that puzzle, and we already have solved that. All right, this next area is very infamous, um, because this sucks, and this is like one of few like heavy RNG areas in this whole game. And this easily can go wrong, and especially if you don't get this first try. This is like 45-50 second time loss already.
Yeah, because like the part where you fail is at the end. So you got to do the whole thing before you find out if you're gonna make it or not.
All right, we will see.
All right, we're looking good.
All right, first try.
Nice. Well done. Well done.
I actually remember when one of my runs ended in there when I failed that 3 times in a row.
before they realize we gave them the slip.
Oh,
And
God.
you can pretty much don't do anything to prevent that. That is pretty much a game.
Oh, you don't do the you don't do this jump skip? Oh, you do it like that.
Pretty spectacular.
Yeah, let's see if he gets this one. No, I'm a little behind, but I hear the buttons pressing. All right, well done. So that section down there is normally where Sully will call you on the radio. But if you use the jump roll buffer system to get onto that ledge, then it'll skip that whole conversation. And you also just saw, so when Aukk just jumped into this section where these enemies spawn, he looked behind him, and you could see Sam kind of blinks in and starts to jump across. Now, the reason that he does that is so that we don't get a glitch here where Sam just never shows up and you can't do this triangle prompt. So Aukk painfully discovered that glitch over many runs in a row of failures, which was a depressing time. But then eventually figured out that as long as he looks back at Sam, he'll come over there.
Exactly are you doing? Giving you
The way up. That'll support even your weight. Ah, thank you.
So pretty much in here, when you climb up, I like to change difficulty to crushing again. And you will see why in a few seconds.
No way. Some kind of pulley system. On my way.
1 second slice. These are faster. Don't jump in there. You can reach much higher and quicker these ledges. And pretty much in here,
Yeah.
You just slide down. You don't have to jump in here because game does this automatically. And this is like worst physics ever. I have no idea why they included that.
Yeah, they really like they were running behind on the budget, and they took it out of those falling rocks. That's where they cut the budget.
Yeah, that is like I can talk little at some point about cut content from this game because there was cut content a lot actually, which didn't work out or which was like cuts from final game just a few months before launch.
I'd be excited to hear about that. I don't think I know much about the cut content.
And in there, when you climb, don't look too much to left, then Sam spawns just above you, so he helps you up faster.
Ah. Very good.
Alright, so
There's
this
a lot of switching back and forth and crushing in this chapter with all the sliding and whatnot.
and we do that one more time right here actually.
What if it's the only thing holding the tunnel up? Then I'll apologize.
All that mashing. This is why I just hold the button.
Well, I like to mash.
See?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Alright, so in here I change difficulty to crushing once again. And I will explain you if I get that, and I will explain you also if I don't get that. I got spotted twice. I didn't get a fast walk.
Oh no. Should you try it again?
And I'm not gonna try that again.
Might be too late now.
Hey,
Okay.
be extra careful on these.
Oh fuck. Well,
But,
that
yeah.
wouldn't have mattered
So-
anyway. Why Nathan actually
Did you
didn't?
die? Oh my god.
Why Nathan actually didn't grab that? I have no idea. Anyway, what I tried to do was fast walk, and you get that when one of the other enemies like spots you, but like don't start to shoot you. Like they are aware of your existence on that area, but they don't know you where you are. So if I could have gotten that, I could walk in here faster, and that would save about 8 seconds.
All right. Call you soon.
Yeah, it's a neat little trick. It also, because like when Nate starts to get spotted, he goes into like a crouching stealth walk kind of thing, like you would in an encounter when you haven't been seen yet. And then when Nate climbs over and starts to go past it, if you use your jump rolls to cancel out your landing animations, then when you get to the other side of those planks, it still thinks that you're crouch walking. So it lets you go through that tunnel just a little faster.
Yeah, but if you don't get that, don't try that again. I have bad memories for trying that twice. Actually, Gav, do you remember
Yeah,
actually?
failing it twice. Yeah.
That was in about 1 year ago, a little bit over a year ago. I was going for sub 350 on crushing, and I didn't got fast walk, so I decided to try that again, and I didn't got fast walk even on my second try. And then when I finished my run, my time was 3:50 0, 1.
I'm just gonna take that.
Oh no. Oh my god.
So don't
Oh.
try that again if you don't get that on first try.
Trial?
Don't try that, people.
When this guy clearly failed.
Wow.
That's too bad.
But yeah,
That story's gonna haunt me.
but yeah, later on I got first 347 and then 345, so I got over that nightmare.
So it all worked out.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah. It was worth the pain and suffering.
Well, yeah, I did so many runs when I was trying to get sub 350, and then now my time is almost 5 minutes under sub 350. So
Wow. Yeah, yeah.
all
Gotta
right,
get back into this game.
all right. So pretty much this puzzle. Rotate this first to left. This one. Right once, twice, then go back into first one. Rotate that bucket is on top. Then rotate this once to right, and then we are good to go.
Okay. So bucket on top is good. Keep it there. Nathan, look. I think you got it. All right, see?
Alright, for next is another skip. Well, that is more like movement skip than doing anything extra stuff.
Had to know about St.
We call that as
Yeah, so we do this skip in glitchless as well.
So I'm gonna try to YOLO this, and we will see how this goes. Nope. I jumped a little bit early.
Oh.
Let me try second time. All right, I'm gonna try third time, and if that fails, then I'm gonna do slow way.
Okay. I'm guessing we need to get up to that broken bridge.
This one at least
Alright.
saves a decent chunk of time.
Third time is lucky charm.
Well done.
Yeah, pretty much in
Yeah,
that
just
jump.
seems like an
Yeah, you have to wait like when Nathan like starts dropping down, and you hold left analog to like what I would say about in 45-degree corner, and then you just mash X. That is pretty specific jump, but when you do that a couple times, that will get a little bit easier.
Yeah, yeah. Once you get used to where Nate is supposed to be aiming, and you get like you focus on your position on the ground when you start jumping, it gets easier. And I forget who it was, if it was you or Melon or whoever that found the setup where you can kind of hang off at a certain spot, get back on, aim, and then do the jump. It's a little easier.
Yeah,
But
I think
it takes a few seconds to set up.
yeah, I think we both we kind of had like our own setup for that jump, but nowadays I just try to do that just running and trying to hold left analog in right corner for degree.
Yeah,
Where am I?
yeah, because you get like a runway, but you have a few seconds to line up your position, so it's not that bad to try and just do it.
Yeah, like everyone has like their own setup for that. If you do that slowly. All right, so we will see. I like doing that rope jump so much.
You got a long one.
Yeah, if
I
you
know I'm
wait like
a few
little,
seconds
if you
behind,
wait like
so-
little bit before, like after Nathan starts reaches his hand, then you land higher.
Yeah, yeah, that's like a consistent thing in this game too. Is if you're at the peak of your kind of the apex of your swing, you go a lot higher than you would which kind of doesn't make sense because you would think having the momentum would make you go higher, but it's not. Like you could be almost going backwards and then press jump and she'll go flying up. So when you really need to make sure you grab the highest part, you wait it out.
As you probably have seen, when I change difficulty, I use them like as restart checkpoints. Because, like you see, like if I would change to crushing again, that says like requires a restart of current encounter. Basically, that means that is counts as like restart checkpoints if you are not in encounter or doing encounter. So you don't have to like change difficulty first, then doing restart checkpoint. You just can use change difficulty as restart checkpoints in a few areas.
Yeah, it's really nice because then it's almost seamless because like you can do it just at the parts where you're going into the menu anyway for most of them.
Alright, so pretty much because this is not on crushing, I don't have to concentrate that much. This place, which is collapsing, we found out our next clue that we have to go to Kings Bay on Madagascar. And Nadine and his crew, her crew, comes through wall, and they ambush us. And then Nathan and Sam triggers like one guard or lures like one guard to set up this trap where this whole cave collapses. And now we have to escape from here.
Indeed. And now both our gang and Rafe's gang know where to go next. So now it's the hunt is on. There's the fresh clues. Nicely done.
God damn it, Nate, I can hear the fireworks from here. What the hell's going on?
Short version is get us the hell out of here.
Hold tight. As soon as I can.
These fights seem so relaxing compared to
Yeah,
Russian
definitely.
ones.
I like to do this instead, going from rope to rope, because I have failed that so many times. And
Really?
if you die in there isn't restart checkpoints, because you skip like that area when you don't kill any guards.
Yeah. So when you get to the part where the turret starts shooting you, if you don't kill all the guys that are in that turret room, then the checkpoint never progresses past that point until you get to here. So if you die at any of the parts after that, you go all the way back. Which, you know, is really terrible on crushing. Because that room's hard enough to begin with.
Sometimes I have no idea why Nathan does that kind of jump. Like he jumps like 1 meter forward instead of that whole gap.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes the game, like, even for us, it still just thinks, oh, did you mean you were looking at this cliff and you want to just go to this little... No, it's like I wanted to jump all the way across, Nate. Oh, let's see, we're going to get the skip here.
Yep.
Nice. Well done. This is an interesting one where, like, there's some kind of weird ledge over there that the game thinks is the plane. Maybe the plane used to be spawned, like, loaded there, and then they moved it when you got close or something, but I don't know who found that, but it's pretty nice.
Yeah, that is pretty much like every Uncharted game has. Well, maybe not every Uncharted game, but that is like only zip in this game, where you like move like from one place to another with light speed.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is second time or second place where I like to watch my time, 1:17:13. and there is already 20 minutes difference between real time and in-game time.
Abandoned outposts, a
Yeah.
couple of watchtowers.
All right, so this was new, one of the new additions to Uncharted 4, having more open areas. Well, there is actually only 2, but this is first one of them. And like this gives you like a feeling that you are in open world, but at the same time this is going like in one way, and there is always one way where you can go, but this game gives you a feeling that you are like exploring these places on your own more than in previous Uncharted games.
Yeah.
Okay, kid.
Yeah, I like this section kind of a lot,
Yeah,
which is ironic because I like the Lost Legacy version of this
but
like a lot.
but yeah, like I think this is in Lost Legacy, that area for me is like maybe a little bit long if you play casually. Like this is pretty much enough. There is enough for everything pretty much, like, and this goes like pretty much forward. In Lost Legacy you can easily like get lost off track.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's like this one at least feels progressive and the other one kind of doesn't. And there is a lot more crap going on in the Lost Legacy version
With the rental guy about.
that it just kind of feels annoying and forced to me.
So you sprung for a
But
wrench, but you
this one I
couldn't
kind
start
of
it.
still like.
I got it. Hey, it's
Yeah, like for me, if someone wants to know, this whole like Madagascar chapters 10 and 11 is probably like my favorites. Like
Nathan, you're thinking Avery too.
what is that right word? Like my favorite parts of this game,
Came out here because
chapter 10 and 11.
Nice.
who knows? Maybe for protection.
Yeah, that's a good spot.
We're closing in on him.
I have to think about mine. Would it be this? It might be.
And yeah, chapter 11 is like my favorite chapter in every Uncharted game.
I'll come with.
I like that there is a little bit movement, there is puzzles, there is like epic combat sequence. There is like everything that Uncharted like is.
Yeah.
But that is pretty much like only area where this game has like that old Uncharted vibe.
All right, ready?
Give it a shot.
Because
Yeah, it's got a touch of everything that you know Uncharted to be
but
in
like
that one chapter.
yeah, that is true. Like, but already like major difference comparing Uncharted 2 or 3 is that this game has much less set pieces. This game is much more story driven than previous games in the series, and pretty much this takes like its own time. In Uncharted 2 or 3, like you have always like this feeling you need to rush from place to place. In Uncharted 4, like there is no hurry at all, and pretty much that.
You got to take in the vistas.
Yeah, and that honestly makes sense because this is last game
You're gonna pick a place to run away from.
of Nathan's like journey. So having a slower pace already makes more sense. But I think that
Yeah.
already like after Last of Us, Neil and Naughty Dog did team kind of like noticed that can we use like slower pace in Uncharted game, and for some people this works, for some people doesn't. But this is
Yeah.
but, yeah.
I know. I remember back when this game came out, a lot of talk about walking simulators, which hurt my feelings, but I got over it.
Yeah, but this is like a first game in series where story and gameplay is like finally on the same level. but sadly, this was the last game of Nathan's journey. But yeah, who knows? Like Uncharted is Sony's like most important IP, so I wouldn't be surprised that if there is coming new Uncharted game from Naughty Dog or from any other studio.
Yeah, it seems like money on the table, you know, and so you figure they're gonna eventually do something.
Yeah, there has to be something at some point because I'm pretty sure because Sony knows that Uncharted will sell, and they don't
Yeah.
want to what is that word? Abandon this series. So.
And yeah, you can't just give up a whole revenue stream. That's crazy.
But like, is Naughty Dog doing like nobody? This is sorry guys, this is a little bit like out of context. But like, what is Naughty Dog actually doing next? Like
Yeah.
everyone is like speculating what they're doing next, and there is
Right. Yeah, and we won't know until they actually say something for
but
sure.
yeah, like today is 1 year anniversary of Last of Us Part 2. And after Part 2 release, we haven't heard anything what Naughty Dog is doing next. And usually Naughty Dog has had this habit that they are always like announcing their next game after like 6 months of the latest game release. We got a raid.
Well, they did announce the Last of Us remake.
That still is like under speculation. But like,
oh really? I thought that was
that still isn't off. Well, we will see. Like,
I guess so.
we got a raid. Mirror set speedruns.
Nice.
Welcome.
Thanks, Mirrors at speedruns.
Warren will welcome you.
Unchartathon.
Warren will welcome
Yes.
you and make sure that you are having a nice time in here. And don't leave.
Yeah, he has a song prepared. So Warren, if you want to sing your song about Raiders, that'd be great. No, too shy. All right.
Sounds good. All right, I'll see if there's something up here.
All right.
All right, back
So yeah,
into
so
game.
an explorer. Yeah, go ahead.
Right, so pretty much in here on these next fights. That first fight, which I totally ignored, that is pretty simple. Well, Warren, this is for for everyone stream. But yeah, like anyways, this particle encounter can be like RNG heavy and also sucks. Or does it matter, are you playing on crushing or explorer? But I like to do this, that's when you see a restart encounter, I like to do this from restart checkpoints. Pretty much climb up. You can use a barrack in here because you get your ammo back.
Hey, we're back.
Are we back? Can you hear both of us?
Yeah, let's confirm that. D-Man's happy.
All right, you can.
All
All right.
right.
So I'm not sure. Did you hear what Kava told? But that's not important thing in here.
Yeah. Go ahead and start the timer back up too. Oh, it is
Yeah,
up.
yeah, it's
Okay,
going now.
nice.
All right. Oop.
All right. Yeah, I explained this whole encounter. I don't know if it went if it went over or not, but I'm not going to do it again. So, but let's just say that it went well, which is good because there's a lot of particulars that need to be worked out
All right.
in
So
this fight. I love how this guy just dies because he's too close to the car when Nathan's inside it.
yeah,
Just
that
goes,
yeah.
"Ugh."
But yeah. Anyways, that fight is or can be painful on any percent because if enemies are hiding or behind those buildings or cars or trucks, whatever they are, that easily can cost you a lot of time. And in here,
Yeah, it's
you can do jump rolls in stairs, but I don't recommend doing them that much. Even I'm doing them right now, because if you mess up your timing on circle, Nathan releases a rope or wire from his hand.
it's actually a good way to practice jump rolls though, because if you're not buffering your roll, like you said, you'll drop the rope. So it's a good way to know that you are or aren't doing that. That's how I learned about jump roll buffers to begin with. Is I saw Hutch doing that on Lost Legacy, and I was like, "How are you able to roll with the hook in your hand? Because normally you would drop it." And he explained to me about the jump roll, and it changed my world. It changes everything you think you know about this game when you realize you can buffer rolls.
You okay?
I've been better.
Alright, so this next checkpoint, this is only like famous for me because Palma always likes to mention this checkpoint. I have no idea why he has that idea, but when you see dialogue, restart checkpoints, then we can go forward. And that is pretty
That's
much,
Palma's favorite checkpoint.
well, has to be.
Nice change of pace. Yeah, almost.
But yeah, pretty much
Almost. Now, let's find our way in. Let's go claim our
in top runs, we like to use either audio or I messed up my jump. In top runs, we either like to use either audio or visual cues when we are doing restart checkpoints. Pretty much like because we know when exactly we can use restart checkpoints. We don't have to wait.
Yeah, for sure. You want to get it timed to some kind of cue, just so you don't have to rely on your own timing for everything all the time.
Yeah, pretty
And
much
usually there is some kind of...
this checkpoint in here. Before I always waited when I saw Sam, then I used restart checkpoints. But when you use this crank like twice, then you can actually restart checkpoints. You
Ah, see, I always waited for
she
Sam
baited,
also.
she baited, she baited, she baited. I was so confident.
So,
All right, don't do that, people.
that was an example of a failure
Uh,
to restart the checkpoint.
wait when you see
Correct.
Sam. That is easier.
Yeah, just play it safe. Wait,
But yeah,
for Sam.
that is like, anyways, that is like nice example. Like
Yeah.
visual cues when that is not working.
And it's important because some restart checkpoints will actually send you really far back.
Yeah,
In my PB, I did that in chapter 12, where like I I forgot, I missed the thing and I went all the way back to the boat and then went to the next thing and did my restart and it was just like, nope, you're 4 minutes ago. And I'm like, God damn.
But yeah, anyways, we are reaching end of chapter 10. And we have one fight left. I actually like this fight, even on Explorer, even though you just stay still and don't do anything else pretty much. Well, you
It's
can
a
move
really
a little
fun
bit.
encounter.
Can you
It's
go down?
very reminiscent of Uncharted 3.
After this fight, remember to pick up at least one grenade. You will need that later in chapter 11.
Yeah, you have until Sully starts his dialogue before the fight truly ends.
You okay?
So you want to make sure you pick it up quick, preferably before you kill the last enemy, just to be sure.
Get this.
Alright, that is chapter 10 after many interesting sequence. Chapter 10 is done.
It wouldn't be chapter 10 if something didn't go wrong.
Yeah, chapter 10 actually is that there is always something going wrong. Like getting that, like everything almost flawless doesn't matter on Explorer or crushing. That is like more than easy to do.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah. Chapter 8 and 10, I think, are the ones that are the hardest to be perfect because there's so many like little things.
Yeah, there is. Yeah,
actually
both of those have many little things that can easily go wrong. But yeah, chapter 11. Nathan and his crew realized 1:30:51. That is still pretty nice space. Like anyways, chapter 11. Nathan and his crew they realized that Rafe and Nathan has also figured out these towers, and they split into two teams. In this case, that Nate and Solly are going into this clock tower, and Sam is going into another clock tower, which is downhill for being ahead of Rafe and Nadine. And they realized that a coin, what they found from Scotland, actually had a clue, like two different towers that, and either one of them is right one. And of course, because we are in here, this is the right tower.
Squeeze through here.
Right, of course.
You okay back there?
Yeah, the coin that they found was it was like worn over time, so they couldn't tell which symbol it was, this one or the other one. You might have been able to guess that it was this one because it's the one in the center of the market instead of just some other random one that Sam is at.
It's right in the middle of
But you know, maybe that's why Nate chose to go here first because he knew it was going to be the right one.
And yeah, this one is one of most longest like in-game cutscenes that you can skip. You pretty much have to wait like this whole. I'm not sure actually how long this is, but like over a minute, I would say. You just have to wait in here, waiting statues to turn, and Nathan and Solly talking mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, yeah. Chapter 11 it's one of the longest chapters.
This is actually the longest one.
Both casually and in speedrun. Yeah. Yeah, and whether you're speed running it or not, it's the longest one.
Got it.
You know, unless you're
Bells.
taking too long on a fight or something. But even this one, the fight can be very difficult if you don't know
Definitely
how to
close.
manipulate it.
Scorpio.
Alright, so I'm not trying to be like Melon and ring bells in wrong order, because that would be embarrassing. And did I actually got loading screen? I did.
That's what you get for making fun of Melon. He's enacting revenge.
One of the benefits of not using save file.
Yeah.
I'm starting to fear that I actually did this restart checkpoints like a little bit early,
Oh
and
no,
then I
too
have to watch
soon.
everything
We're gonna
like again.
watch the whole cutscene again.
But I'm confident enough that I timed that right. I think I moved before. No, wait. Yeah, I think I moved Nathan before I restarted
I hope
checkpoints.
so.
Well, Warren, don't you love to see that coin in right down corner? Prodeus quod licentia and hodie mecum eris in paradiso.
Yeah.
And Warren will tell you what those mean in English without using translate.
I mean, it is a lovely coin.
That is actually, I actually have a like replica of that coin on my table.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Nice. I should get me one of those.
Yay, that was. I didn't have to watch anything again.
Taurus.
Excellent. Oh, so you'll notice in this section a lot, Auk's going to use a technique to put his book away faster. So when you have the journal out, and I think this is true in most other games too, you can cancel out the journal animation by throwing a punch. And thankfully, we're allowed to throw punches in this area, which is nice. Nice big long jump there. Ooh. So when you start this checkpoint, he'll have his book out, or I guess not this one, the next one though. He'll have the book out and we'll punch the air just to put the book away, so you can start climbing.
All right, so order in here is Scorpio.
Scorpio.
I actually Aquaman. What is that actually? That horse? I actually, what is that?
Aquarius.
Aquarius. Yeah. Well,
Aquarius.
well, I'm not native speaker, so give me that.
Aquaman. I'll take Aquaman.
Aquaman would be pretty nice though. As well.
Yeah, I think I'm good with just calling him Aquaman.
Also, all right. So next one is Leo, and last one is Taurus.
Yeah. And that was a fun jump that you just saw. So you're supposed to kind of walk around and make your way down there, but apparently you can just leap to your doom and you just barely don't die, I guess.
Yeah, that is pretty much.
At one point, somebody
Yeah.
discovered that.
Yeah, you have to jump like in correct angle and then hold circle whole time so Nathan doesn't grab from ledge in the.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's nice because if you Nate's gonna try to jump towards the things he can grab onto, and so Aukk tries, you line up so that you're trying to grab onto that last cog because it kind of sets you up to walk directly to the correct thing. But then, like you said, you hold circle so that he doesn't actually grab it, and then you buffer a roll, and you're all good. Ooh, nice jump.
Alright, didn't ring bells in wrong order. Did you make note of that, Mel?
Well done.
This is also one of in-game cutscenes you can skip. You have to wait a little bit in here. When a research sigil appears on floor. And then they realize that there is actually that one bell they have to ring, and what possible would go wrong in here when we are talking about
Oh,
Nathan.
I can't imagine. I'm sure everything will stay perfectly intact.
You
He'll
can
climb down safely.
You can skip, by the way, that's a rope in there. When you do that, you don't have to run upstairs and then use rope in there. You can just pretty much skip that whole sequence. In here, if you are like a little bit fast when you are like making a clock, changing time on clock, if you're a little bit fast, that's the clock doesn't move at all. You have to like release yourself and then jump again.
Oh, there you are. Okay, Sully, I made it.
Alright, so anyways,
Time to ring the bell.
this is gonna be loud.
Yeah.
And wait, when Nathan says jump, you can actually move in here. This doesn't matter at all. You don't have to move in here. You can stay stable if you want. In here, just
Yeah.
mash X, like about 5 seconds. And then in here, rope prompts, and we are in safe. And nobody didn't hear that.
Yeah, I know.
Alright, this is actually like
Hey, Sully.
fun. Well, not fun, but oh, that was actually nice. This is actually, you do one puzzle, so you can do another puzzle. So pretty much you do puzzle in here, then you go downstairs, then you do another puzzle.
Sure, why not?
And that is like major of this whole chapter already. So, alright, so in here, when I mentioned that, remember to pick up grenade in end of chapter 10. This is, if you don't have a grenade, Nathan will just walk down these stairs.
Yeah, this happens a few times in both Uncharted 4 and Lost Legacy, where doing a grenade walk will cancel your slow walk. So there's like some forced slow walking sections that you can grenade run through, and that's one of them.
There are Avery and 2 sigils.
But yeah, like you said, Aukk, this is kind of like has a bit of everything Uncharted. It had your first section where you get to just kind of talk to NPCs and walk around and look at stuff, and talk to Sully, and then you got your next section, which is like a platforming puzzle, and then you got this section, which is a more traditional puzzle, and also adding to the lore and the story.
Adam Baldridge.
And then you get your your big villain
For conduit.
phone call, showdown,
There's too many permutations.
and your epic combat sequence all rolled into one.
Baldridge, Bonnie, and Conduit.
So this puzzle pretty much in here is go into 3 different rooms, then just watch
2 sigils in the other room.
how these sigils will turn out.
One hand. Here's another one of those.
You can do that puzzle without entering these rooms and checking these sigils,
Avery and 2 sigils.
because, well, otherwise of course we wouldn't do this, but that is like, we have to use these triggers to move forward, which is pretty much a thing in whole Uncharted 4, that you have to use trigger to move forward. So that is already one of the reasons why there isn't like much skips, because you miss triggers. Alright, so I remember this always left, right, right. And when you hear that sound, you can restart checkpoint.
Yeah, this one it like takes some getting used to, but it's actually not that hard to memorize. Because it's left, the first one's left, the second one's right, the last one's left, and it's mostly just kind of flipping things back and forth. So once you get used to it, it's pretty easy.
From Rhode Island, just like Thomas too.
Alright, in here you have to wait when Sam calls you back about these pirates, because Nathan
For now, just tell me who's who.
doesn't know, like doesn't recognize all of these pirates, so he needs help from Sam, who is a pirate expert of these two.
Stay where there's good reception. I might need your help again.
Nathan, did you find the treasure?
No, not yet, but I got a mechanism to solve
Neat.
it. I'll let you know.
Oh, so now in this room you can't punch, I believe. So but you can still cancel the Adrenal with a
Yeah.
jump,
Yeah, you can't miss,
but only
but you can jump after
only
watching
in
the
certain
sigil.
ones. Like there's certain journals that have dialogue that they force you to do, but like that one, for example, you see how he was able to just jump to cancel the journal and then immediately start picking up the picture. You even get some overlapping dialogue, I believe.
Alright, so I remember this right, left, down. And in last room, everyone who has played LucasArts games probably will recognize this character in here.
That torch probably fell or something. Come on, let's see what's
Ooh.
left.
I don't play LucasArts games, so what is it?
Guybrush from Monkey Island.
Oh,
That is actually a reference,
unnamed.
because example in here, you can see that Sam says that he never has seen the monkey sigil before. And that is like a reference that they don't know who that is. They don't say his name loud at all.
Yeah, he was a mystery pirate.
Among thieves.
Yeah, even in this game's lore, they never mention who that guy is. They're just like, oh, we don't know who he was, and his name is burnt out in that portrait.
Yeah,
so
yeah, that is like,
that's all you get.
yeah, that is true, and that is actually a, well, reference of course, but that actually was added because Neil Druckmann has said that Monkey Island 2 is one of his favorite games of all time, and he wanted some way to add Guybrush into Uncharted 4, because in Uncharted 4 you are seeking lost long pirate colony, and he wanted to have Guybrush / Monkey Island references in here. You have also Monkey Island reference in chapter 12, but we skipped that dialogue, so unfortunately I can show that to you in this run. Alright, so for now, for those who remember, this is from E3 2015, this dead next encounter, which pretty much was like a last piece of puzzle to me that I need this game at day one, which already was like expectable that I want to play this at release. But watching this gameplay was like one of like best experiences when I have watched E3. And they released that later demo like few weeks later, where which was like over 15 minutes long. Of course, I would say that they shouldn't have showed this section at E3, because this is pretty much like only.
Yeah.
This is pretty much like only bigger set piece in this whole game. And this is longest game.
Which, yeah, it is a shame. that it was kind of spoiled, but it was really exciting
But yeah, like
to see it. Oh my god, this game's gonna be great.
that actually was close.
Yeah, that was. I'm surprised you didn't throw the grenade just for safety.
Well, because I'm playing on Explorer, I haven't used to use grenade in the. But yeah, like
Yeah.
anyways, this was like
I never trust the AI not to grab me.
yeah. But yeah, this was like easiest selling point. Like yeah, this is Uncharted. Like everything breaks apart. You are going downhill. Like everything is cinematic action movie. But then like 90% of game is like just walking around and exploring and etc. Which is
Right.
much more different comparing other Uncharted games. Up.
Yeah, the first E3 demo should have been Chapter 6, just walking around with Sam. looking
Yeah,
at
I'm
the
pretty sure like people
aesthetic.
wouldn't have got interested after that.
Yeah. You don't think so?
Well, maybe.
You don't think Matt would have been pre-ordering if if he saw that
Well,
E3 demo?
I would have pre-ordered, yeah. But yeah, like anyways, this driving section is there is like one route which is like fastest of all. There is actually multiple different routes you can use, but there is always like only one way to go forward. After all,
Yeah, getting to that that stairwell. There's like 4 or 5 different entrances to it, and then a bunch of ways to get down to those entrances.
yeah, that is already before.
But yeah, it's tricky.
And yeah, already before you go through that market, there is like 4 or 5 different ways like to go down those stairs. So
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And like the driving in that area can be very difficult, especially if you try to do the fastest routes, because you're going downhill. There's a lot of momentum. The car feels a bit slippery going down there, and then especially if you're playing on crushing, you can easily get killed if you don't make it to the cover spots, as quickly as possible.
and
So-
before we abandoned this car, if you watch that register plate, that is Elena upside down.
Oh,
If you look that is like VN373, and when you turn that upside down, that is Elena.
I didn't know that. You're full of fun facts.
I'm actually waiting a little bit in here because sometimes this also gives like 3 minutes loading screen. Thank you.
Yeah.
I actually like to do this always. I'm not even hitting that, and then still this happens.
Just the rope is enough to shatter that thing.
Alright, so in here, when restart encounter disappears, you can restart checkpoints. Alright, frame.
Nice. I always wait for like scenery to change as my visual cue, but that's probably at least a few frames faster. Ooh. So the trick here is to not crash into the walls because it adds an additional animation. Crashing into the car, I don't think does, so you can kind of be okay with that. But you could save like a second if you don't crash. It's difficult though, because if you just hold up to pull in the rope, you will crash into both sides. So you have to be reeling in, and then at the last second, stop reeling in so you can shift your weight to the side to avoid hitting the wall, and then reel in again. Well done. Now, it's really good to kill the guys on the backs of the trucks, because then when you jump onto the truck, you don't have to have a hand-to-hand fight with him. It saves you a few seconds. But you definitely want to avoid killing the driver of the truck, because then the truck will explode and you have to wait for a new truck. So it's kind of a tricky scenario to make sure your lock-on is on the right target before you shoot. Now in this section, they really want you to jump onto another car before you get onto the car in the front here. But you really don't have to. And they want you to grab this hook, which you also don't have to. So the best thing to do is like that, just jump right onto the car. Well, these cars are a pain because they like to drift away from you. They're, I think, programmed to more or less not go near you until you get to a certain point. So you shouldn't lose too much time if a car goes away, because chances are it's always going to be far away.
They are not a frame unless you are using a barrack.
If they one-shot kill, no. Yeah, unless you're using a barrack or a sniper.
Yes, sniper or barrack,
Things
but
that one-shot.
you pretty much don't use sniper in any percent runs.
No.
Yeah, you actually don't use sniper at all in any percent runs. I'm actually even not sure how that would actually work when you aim. I'm pretty
It's just
sure
a lock
I never.
on, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Well, that would be interesting.
Yeah.
I actually never have used sniper on Explorer, I think.
Yeah, it'd even be like slower than a normal gun because of, you know, cocking and reloading speeds. It would
Yeah,
lock on aim just a
unless
regular rapid fire weapon.
yeah, unless you are using M14 custom.
Right.
This is also I like to turn off a lock on aim in here because otherwise a lock on aim really fucks you up in here.
Yeah, it's kind of like slow, right? And just doesn't
Yeah,
really
that is a little
work
bit
great.
slower. The free aim is much more better in the.
Yeah.
Or,
Especially with that gun where you can't just button down. You want to make sure you get your shots on.
well, there actually just shoot this car and you are safe. If you don't shoot this truck, drives over you. Oh fuck! That that barrel. Well, Rob, this is nice time to refresh your memories.
Yeah.
And
Give it another
when
playthrough. Watch all the cuts.
yeah.
All right, that's our epic set piece. Well done. All right, let's see. So where are we getting into? So now we figured out the clues. We know how to find Libertalia, or we think we do. There's a mystery island that we're going to head to. And just as we're getting back to our hotel with all this fun adventure and adrenaline, what do we walk into? Elena's there. And now Elena, we've been lying to ever since we left on this adventure, saying that we're doing a job for Jameson in Malaysia, when actually we've been being shot at by Rafe and his goons. So Elena is obviously not too happy about that. So they have a bit of a fight, and Nate ultimately has no choice but to follow Sam to the island and see this thing through, because he can't let Sam down again. So Sully goes to take care of Elena, and they, go off to who knows. And Sam and Nate are at sea on their way to find Libertalia, or what they hope will be Libertalia on this island. Elena's the best part of UC4. She is really fantastic in this game, and they give her a lot more like like character depth to work with, I think, even though she's not in it quite as much as in the other games. But yeah, I think they did a fantastic job with Elena, with all the characters, really.
152.20.
Maybe not Sam. He's a bit annoying. All right.
All right, so upcoming skip is like most major one in Uncharted 4. Because I'm playing patch version, I'm doing a slower version of that. Unfortunately, this slower version has downside. That easily there is like a little platform that if you land on top of that, that you die if you fall down. That easily can mess up, so I'm playing this safe. And I'm triggering checkpoints on this beach in here. Just being safe, so I don't have to use my boat all the way to here from start.
Oh no, the boat skip. Yeah, so you're gonna do the easy boat? Yeah, do an easy boat. So you can go around the corner to a different spot where it's a little faster. Because if you get the boat skip, then you're already right next to where the checkpoint is that we're trying to hit. But it is a much more difficult spot to work
So,
with.
alright,
Getting
so
through.
if that happens, you can go in here. Just hold aim,
Sam, let's check this out. Sounds good to me.
and you can go forward.
I didn't know about that.
In here also, use aim. And aim, use aim in here. Pretty much when you reach the end of this area, you can shoot water. Alright, that is solid. You can jump.
Ah, nice save. Because what can happen there, like if you get stuck in the thing and you don't get all the way through while swimming,
Did I
you end
actually
up
got
falling through the
checkpoints?
map.
I just have to be sure. I think I got.
I think so. You're pretty close.
Well, Rob, that was like a metaphor, because if you jump too early into water, you go through that water.
Water is solid. Exactly. You didn't know about solid water in Uncharted games? Shame on you, Rob.
Noise. And in here, when Nathan starts
yeah,
slow
that's
walk, restart checkpoint, this actually also can be one of more long loading screens. So I always like to wait in here a little bit before I continue.
Come on, let's get a closer look.
That's a really tricky jump too, to get off of that rope, especially on the first try. I feel like on the subsequent tries, they're more free to let you jump where you want, but like they really want you to jump onto those handholds on the cliffside. But it's faster to just try to jump directly onto the part that you're trying to get to. But it's definitely tricky. A lot of times you just fall to your death.
Okay, come on through. Thank you. Sure thing. Lots of lifting and
So yeah, pretty much in here there isn't. When you reach this island in here, you pretty much just you do a little bit climbing and then a puzzle after a few minutes. This is one of few chapters which actually doesn't have any combat scenarios at all after like intro. And for some reason they still gave you a gun, but there isn't any combat at all for next 20 minutes almost. Well, maybe not 20, but 50 minutes.
And you don't even use that gun because you lose all your guns.
Yeah. So in here, you drop down, you die, you restart checkpoints, and then you are in here.
Oh. Look at Nate, he can teleport.
Alright, in here, jump, mash, rope, jump, roll.
Well done. That can be a tricky jump as well. You want to get your timing, or for me, what I do is I position myself to a certain spot on the top. Like I use that as a reference point, and then jump off, and then you just trust. You just go with God, and hope that you get the rope swing.
Oop. That was unintentional.
That's a fun little shortcut. Normally you would go in there and then go out the window on the other side and climb up and around. But yeah, if you just stay hanging, you can just jump right up to the next part that you want to go. This is another just little fun shortcut where you can leap into your death, but since there's these ropes here, you can grapple a rope.
Busted or something. No. One way or another, we're getting in there. Just lift it together, right?
Alright, so
This is a pretty fun puzzle too.
yeah, this can be. Like, this puzzle easily can be, like, most frustrating one. Especially when you play it first time. But at the same time, this is pretty much the last puzzle in this game. There is one, actually, after this there is only one puzzle. Like, actual puzzle, which is in chapter 19.
There's a puzzle in 19.
Yeah, that's platform puzzle.
Okay.
Where you
Yeah, I guess so.
where you avoid the blowing platforms.
Right. Yeah, I call that a puzzle. You're right.
That was actually when I did my Mirror World speedrun. That actually was a pain to do. Because I had to think
I
think
can
about the
imagine,
reverse.
Stories have it he was taken to be executed.
Yeah. And now even on Explorer, those things will still kill you, right?
Yeah, they are first try. Well, yeah, first try, pretty much. Well, if you step on that platform.
Here we go again. What we got?
Oh, hold on. Alright. Should be fine now. The stream was buffering a little bit for me.
Tariq bin Malik and
Yeah. I saw it on this side too, but it looks good.
look, symbols on the ring are constantly rotating.
Well, glad we have Warren in chat, who is like most biggest.
Looks Moorish. Yeah, that he is.
I'm actually not gonna say it. I don't want to embarrass Warren too much.
I think you got it.
Well, he's the biggest Uncharted 4 fan, right? That's what you were gonna say?
Yeah, but that was what I was going to say.
Richard Watt,
Yeah.
Edward England, and Thomas. Sam, look, that's where we're going. Oh, wait a minute. That's only 11 miles. Missing our
This
stop,
puzzle
right?
gives you anxiety, Rocky. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I can see that.
Let's see.
That third one with the rotating is tricky. There's really no, like, I don't use any cues or anything. You just memorize how many times you're supposed to press the button. And actually, once you have it in the right position, Sam will trigger a line of dialogue. So you can wait for that to make sure that you've got it right before you move the thing all the way over. So if you're not sure how many turns to turn it, just turn it one at a time and wait to see if Sam says anything.
That's a long way down.
Right, this jump can be tricky because if Nathan like hits that rock in there, he doesn't grab that ledge.
Yeah.
I actually
And it may
died.
not look like much, but those first parts of the first two ledges are ones that you have to like hang down on and slowly crawl over. So you want to skip those when you can.
Alright, that was actually pretty decent, chapter 12. And considering that I had to use a backup for boat skip.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Yeah, that was an impressive backup. I wouldn't have known how to do that.
But yeah, that really also, if you like don't land high enough, you can't even do that backup. So that also is like pretty specific.
Yeah. It's another good reason to go to that beach and get that checkpoint so you don't have to drive all the way back. It is really handy.
Come on, Sam. Oh, no. Oh, you do these. I insist. Come on. Alley-oop.
Alright, this after this triangle prompt, chapter 12 is done. And that is the last more open area in this game.
Mm-hmm.
That is actually...
Yeah, so now, well, so what's happening in the story is, so now we've discovered the next clue. We want to go to that island that that spyglass was looking at, that Nathan just looked through, and that statue that we just uncovered. But we also see that Rafe and his team are also on their way to that island, or they're here now. So now where the cutscene we're about to skip is actually the prologue, where we played in the beginning. So we're gonna skip that part as if we've just now finished the prologue. Our boat is blown up, and we're about to see what happens to Nate and Sam post boat explosion or boat crashing. I guess it crashed technically.
Yeah, but yeah, unlike in Uncharted 2, which has like a similar like a narrative, like there you like go back in time and then you reach about in mid game, that point where you start. This game has the same idea, but like only difference is that you don't have to play prologue in here again. Unlike in Uncharted 2, you have to climb up twice that train cart.
Yeah, I always thought that was interesting in Uncharted 2, where they made you climb up it again, but then they like cut out the parts where you go and climb inside of it to make it shorter. I guess because you've already done it. So I was always like, oh, that's clever.
All right, so this start of this chapter actually is you can't do jumps or rolls pretty much in 3 minutes. You can do one jump and one roll only once, but that's about it. And also Nathan is moving a little bit slower in here. And when you climb, you can
You see
match.
how?
Yeah, and when you
I was just
climb,
gonna say like. Sorry, you go ahead.
we are interrupting each other right now. Right. What I was saying, in here, like when you climb, you can mash X at all. You have to use your left analog to reach ledges. this is like one of few expression in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a good jump. So yeah, there's a lot of restricted movement here. So knowing exactly when you're allowed to press the button to get a little spurt, like right there, he was able to jump up on that one, but other ones you can't because Nate'll stumble and it just takes longer. And then also, you know, when you're climbing up the rocks and stuff, you want to find places to climb up where you get that like kind of uh, a faster animation when he steps up off the thing instead of doing like a full climb. So you want to get like the short climb ups as much as you can. And then here, like you go all the way to the right, so you don't have to actually shimmy across this platform. You know, little shortcuts like that. Knowing when you're allowed to press X on here to stand up, because you can't do it all the time. And Nate's down again.
And this is, by the way, also like one of major differences comparing Uncharted 2 or Uncharted 3, that you spend from this chapter onwards, like rest of the game on this island, except chapter 16. So you pretty much spent like 45 to 50% of this game on this island. And comparing Uncharted 2 or 3, where you spent the time in that last place like 1 hour, then everything blows up. This is like nice
Yeah, it is,
reference to Uncharted 1 actually, where you also spent major of game on that one island.
Yep. Yeah, it is pretty. It's pretty nice. I like how elongated this whole island section is. Because when you first get here, like I remember thinking it must be towards the end now because there's no way we're going to another place after this, right? But then I was surprised at how much they built into this island sequence and how much there's still to discover just here, which is nice. All right, let's see if we get some good jumps here. So, oh, very nice. Excellent jumping. And he didn't get stuck on the platform. That whole section is a nightmare, to be honest. So well done.
Nah. Straight in middle.
Ooh, you didn't get the cancel on that animation, but that's okay. That's a tough one.
Jesus.
Nice rolling. Yeah, you can't roll in the water, but if you jump, then you can still buffer your roll. So you get to
Trying to climb up there?
use your jump rolls to keep your speed up during that water section.
Alright, so some people might recognize that this actually was in first gameplay reveal of Uncharted 4, this area where we are in now. And this is one of new additions into Uncharted 4 and into whole series that I'm not actually sure what is this thing actually called, what you are using in
I
climbing.
think it's called the piton,
Yeah, I think that is true.
something like that. I'm not sure if that's the correct pronunciation either, but I just called it a piton.
In here,
And then the
when
infamous
you
island jungle.
hear or you see gunshots, restart checkpoint. So Nathan, otherwise Nathan staggers in here a little bit.
And let's see. going through.
Can you climb up? Thank you. Had to reload.
Oh boy. All right, well done. So you shoot your shot just to start being able to run faster, because now you're in a, straightaway position. He jumped to avoid that grenade. So in this game, if you're in the air when an explosion hits you, you won't get staggered by like a stagger animation from the explosion. So we use that in a couple places on purpose to like blow up walls and not have to stand back. You just throw your grenade and then jump through it. And in that case, if an enemy shoots a grenade at you, throw a jump right at the timing when it would explode, just in case it would have hit you. You'll still take the damage, but usually that's not as important.
Yeah, on Explorer that really doesn't matter, but on Crushing that actually also works. But if you are like in middle of combat and that happens, you are pretty much one shot after that.
Yeah, you'll basically die anyway. And the explosion, even if it's close enough to you, could kill you if it's an enemy explosion. Your own explosions can't kill you at full life, but enemies can. I'm pretty sure they can.
Yeah, enemies can.
I'm
I'm
not
not actually sure about on Explorer. Do you die from grenades or any other explosives? If an enemy hits you, of course. I'm not actually sure.
Yeah. On Explorer, I think you would still survive.
Yeah, I
A
think
direct
also.
explosion, right? Yeah.
And also because on Explorer you get your health back in less than 2 seconds, so that really doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, it's very quick. Yeah.
And this is also one of benefits of not using save file.
Yeah, these darn loading screens. That's all right. We want to save files for our encounters race. So maybe it'll be less loading. Is this game prone to freezing crashing? Not really. Not on the patched version. The unpatched version, yes.
Yeah, and what I heard that unpatched version on PS5 is even more unstable than on PS4.
Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Hey, easy. Thanks for the good luck.
Sam, up here.
All right. So Sam has, or Nate has found Sam, and was angry at him, and then, getting all annoyed at him for being all about the treasure, and then he discovers, they discover a sigil, which makes him think, oh, maybe Libertalia is right beyond this path. And then, so they kind of forget about their differences for a second and start heading in this direction to find Libertalia.
Yeah, and most stupid thing is that Sam says that I came from there. There isn't nothing in there. Well, if he came from here, I'm pretty sure that he would have noticed all these buildings, etc. in here.
Yeah, yeah, he did a piss poor job of surveying the area.
That is video game logic.
Sure. Yeah.
All right,
So you can actually sneak through this wall too, but it doesn't save you any time because this cutscene doesn't count towards your time. So that's a useless any percent skip that you can do.
Brad, don't spoil anything. We are not in there yet.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Brad. So far, Sam's just trying to save himself from Hector Alcazar. I don't know. I mean, he's got no choice. He's gotta try.
I think like when you are reaching like the last third of game. Loading screens actually are better in there. I don't know why. Maybe that is because there isn't like anything like that much anything to load when you are reaching like last third of game. Game doesn't have to like load next areas anymore.
Right, because it's all like one. It's a lot of the same stuff or just one map.
But yeah, still, because I have done some Last of Us Part 2 speedruns on PS4, base PS4, these loading screens are still much better than Part 2's. Which
That's good.
Well,
yeah, I think Solid State definitely did a lot for this one. Nice window.
But yeah, I'm actually interested of seeing a PS5 patch of this game. They have to release PS5 patch for this game because Uncharted 4 is either, I think either Spider-Man or Uncharted 4 is the best selling or best sold PS4 exclusive. And Spider-Man already has remastered version. So, and The Last of Us Part 2 already has 60 FPS.
Right.
So would make sense that this game also gets at least a 60 FPS patch.
I would hope so, that it gets a PS5 patch, because it is still very popular.
Yeah, and because Uncharted 4 is well, pretty much like every other PS4 exclusive has already got a PS5 patch, or not every, but most of them already. There is like only Uncharted 4 left, Lost Legacy, Bloodborne, Horizon, but that pretty much is all of them.
Weird. Okay.
Since God of War also has a PS5 patch. And
nice.
I would like to.
God of War again.
I would actually would like to play that game again, but I want to play that on PS5.
Yeah, you gotta hold out for that PS5. I'm holding out for Death Stranding DLC.
Oh yeah, there is a director's cut incoming.
Yeah.
I think
I
actually.
was like, I should play Death Stranding.
I think I actually
gotta wait for that PS5.
Yeah, I think I played the PS4 version like 10 hours, and I enjoyed the game, but for some reason I stopped. And not because the game was bad, but something else came along, and now I actually would like to play that again. But maybe I'm waiting to play that on PS5 if there is more content.
Yeah.
And that is because
that'll be cool.
And that is because Hideo Kojima is God. Because MGS is my favorite series of all time. So that is like I have to play that game at least once.
Nice. Yeah, like the only MGS game I really played was I played 5 when it came out, and then I went back and played 1 on like, I don't know if it was a remaster or something, but it was the one you can buy on like the digital store.
Yeah, that was like original PS1 version.
Yeah.
If you played that on PS3.
Yeah, I think it was. And then I started playing MGS2, but then never went back to it. But those games are really, really fun.
Yeah, and they are.
Phantom Pain or Ground Zeroes? I played both. But I mean, Ground Zeroes is not so much a game. I mean, it's a game, but it's small.
Well, Rampage, that isn't.
Nice.
Well, technically, MGS means MGSY, but Rampage. Don't say anything like that anymore, please.
Rampage. I mean, that's ban worthy, right? We should just get rid of him.
Yeah, Warren, can you time out him?
What are you doing back there? Hell of a view.
Yeah.
Almost there, Sam.
Nice job. You want to be careful not to accidentally crawl into that window. We'll make sure you stay on the outside.
Trust me, follow my lead, okay?
So this room coming up is another tricky room that I think it was either Melon or Aukk that kind of optimized this room a little bit. So there's you go in here and it's you know, a big treasure room that's devoid of treasure. So you're kind of going around looking for clues. And eventually Sam is gonna give you a prompt that leads you into the next cutscene, into the next, you know, section. So you gotta get a couple, I'm not sure exactly how it works, but you gotta get a certain amount of prompts of things that you're looking at. And depending on what you click on, oh, I'm getting distracted by this section. So this is a slow walk section. So Aukk is doing these perfect jump rolls to make sure that he doesn't get stuck having to walk. And he did it. Wow. Amazing job. It gets really tricky on those stairs and stuff because you got to be really fast to get that roll buffer in because he's going to jump up a stair and therefore land a lot sooner than he normally would. So that's a tricky section. So well done.
But yeah.
Well done. But yeah, this is the room I was talking about. So.
Yeah, like Gav mentioned, I like to do this room in this order. I watch that painting first, then this statue, which makes Sam like spawn in there. Then I watch inside of this cabinet. Then in here, inside this chest. And the last one is on right. This painting, and when you inspect 5 different like all objects, then Sam comes in here and you trigger this scene. Well, what do you mean, Brad?
There you go. So, well done.
Brad, I went to groceries before this stream. And I bought 5 battery energy drinks. And because there will be at least one rage moment in Lost Legacy any percent, so
yeah, I mean, you gotta rage at least once in Lost Legacy, especially any percent. Oh boy. That's a nice thing about Lost Legacy any percent though, is that there are good skips in that game. You'll notice in this one we haven't done too many any percenting type of stuff. And that's because in these later Uncharted games, the checkpoints aren't as, like when you get to certain checkpoints, they won't actually be there unless you've gotten previous checkpoints in most cases. So even though there's a lot of ways to get out of bounds in this game, a couple different methods and a lot of places where you can get out of bounds, if it doesn't lead to a checkpoint that is triggerable, it's kind of useless. So that happens a lot in this game where you can get to other areas, you just can't load them in. But in Lost Legacy, for whatever reason, it's the same way there, but there's skips that are either closer to checkpoints so that they actually work, or are near checkpoints that are always there, because there's a couple checkpoints that are always there.
Sure is excited.
So yeah, so Lost Legacy, that'll be a fun run to watch for any percent fans.
yeah, that is Lost Legacy. Yeah, that game has really nice skips, but they are awful to do. Pretty much all of them.
They can be rough, I'll give you that.
And I had enough sanity to go for third record in that category, and I got triggered by 1 second.
Yeah, I saw that you got the record by 1 second. That's interesting. It's a really tight category. to be honest. And like, because I think place is only like 2 or 3 seconds after that, or maybe less than 10 seconds for like the top 5 or something.
Yeah, there
I
is
don't
like,
remember. It might be more like 30.
yeah, I got so many, like 110 times in a row that I actually started like almost. I almost wanted to quit running that game because there is like
Yeah, that's great.
every skip has to be first try in that game.
Really? What gives you that?
Yeah, if you want a top time, basically, yeah. So this is another tricky jump. You want to hang on there so you can drop down like that and kind of skip running down the thing. But the game tries to make you jump onto the platform, so it can be hard to get a really good jump. That was a decent jump that Aukk got. Not the perfect one, but a good one.
This is actually one of most impressive set pieces in any Uncharted game. For me, unfortunately, this is like 30 seconds, 45 seconds long. But that whole tower actually collapses in real time. If you have watched Boundary Break, a video of, you can see like from outside, like everything happens in real time. There isn't like one moment, then one moment, then one moment. Everything happens in real time, which, to be honest, is pretty amazing achievement on technical side for even pretty much even doing that.
That's cool. I didn't.
These slides
Learning so
are
much
so
about this
slow.
Yeah. I know, right? Isn't it painful for like when you're used to crushing to just be like, ugh, sitting on this slide?
Yeah, that is actually because, like, playing on Explorer, I actually would like that you could use like setting for slides example that they are faster, but like combat difficulty is still on Explorer or something like that. That you don't have to change
Sort
whole
of like,
difficulty.
like a custom mode, like in Last of Us 2, where you can be like,
Yeah, something
you
like
can
that.
play ground except with Explorer level collectibles. I did a custom run like that. It was pretty exciting because you just got like basically infinite ammo and supplies. Do whatever.
So in here we meet Nadine second time and last time during this run. And strat in start is when you skip cutscene, mass square, then don't move.
That happens a lot with Nadine.
Tired of your brother.
Attack her once and then stop pressing buttons. Because she's gonna beat you up anyway.
In here, when you attack Nadine, use there is triangle prompt. You don't have to press triangle in here.
I don't think so.
All right.
All right, that was. We are gonna see Sam again in chapter 20 next time. So for those who don't like Sam, this is your favorite part of this game, most likely. And those who like Elena, this is your favorite part of game, or after next chapter. Well, actually, we see Sam now, but like current Sam, we see him again in chapter 20 next time.
Yeah, so the end of that fight ends with essentially Rafe outing Sam as a big fat liar. And it turns out that Rafe was the one who found Sam in the prison still and got him out. and he's been using Sam to try and find the treasure for a while now, a couple months or something. So Nate is devastated by this news. Rafe tries to kill Nate, but Sam jumps in front of him, takes the bullet, but Nate falls off the cliff and is unconscious again. So while Nate's unconscious, we're having our flashback here to one of our early adventures with the Nate brothers, continuing on from when we've just busted out of the orphanage. So you'll notice he's like Nate's still wearing Sam's jacket and everything. So they
Nice.
just came right from that orphanage to here. Be nice, Brad.
But yeah, so I know this chapter for like replay ability wise isn't most interesting one, but I actually like this chapter because in this chapter you get to know Noon, or you get to know what is Nathan's real surname and what their mother did and why they are after Avery's treasure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it gives you some background into their childhood, and yeah, some clues about what happened with their family, why they're orphans, and all that fun stuff. This chapter's got some annoying story-wise things that happen that bother me, but I really like this house. Is really well designed, and I like all the stuff that you can kind of explore as the Nate brothers, and really get into that mode of being this young treasure hunter orphan. But luckily for the speed run, this chapter is pretty short. It does have one of the longer unskippable cutscenes though, which is,
So,
annoying,
how do we
but
find them?
what are you gonna do?
Brad, Sam was like along with Nathan and Sully, but like example in Uncharted 3, that is like later explained that Sam was in prison in Colombia at that time when Nathan met Sully.
Right.
Like
Right, yeah.
because
So Sam's been around, just not around,
Some sort of sarcophagus.
yeah, that is pretty much because we skip that cutscene, which is right after this chapter. I think I said this earlier in the stream or in this run, but Nathan says that if we weren't in jail time to time, we are in jail together, and that kind of is hints of that Sam was in, or not hint, that actually like tells you that Sam was in prison in that time. That just isn't like isn't told like clear enough, but that is like you can pretty much like think about from that line that Sam was
Yeah.
in prison.
It's like the assumption based on that dialogue that he was just out of pocket during the Uncharted 3 flashback. And then obviously, by the time they were young men, Sam was presumed dead. And that's why Nate and Sully never really mention him in the other games. And then none of the other characters even know he exists, because they all met Nate after that.
But yeah, still, to be honest, like having Sam in this game has actually been told pretty well. Like having character which has existed before, but not actually haven't existed before. Like this game actually does pretty decent job for that. Like having a Sam being part of this universe whole time, even though he only is like in one game only, or in 2 games if you count Lost Legacy.
So yeah, you thought he was assumed dead after the prison escape? Yeah, that's true. But the prison escape is before the events of any of the other games, with the exception of the flashback in UC3. So that's why that other line implies that he was with Sam with Nate during that time, but perhaps in prison for that year or whatever when he actually met Sully. Which, you know, it kind of does fly in the face of the whole UC3 flashback where Nate's already got like a partner in crime when he finds Sully that he just doesn't talk about. He's not like, oh yeah, well, you know, my brother's in prison, so I'm just waiting until he gets out and then we're gonna go to wherever. He doesn't mention any of that, which is kind of weird, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah, that is like pretty much the same thing, like having Chloe in Uncharted 2, but she already knew Nathan, example,
Been seeing journals.
before
Right.
before Uncharted 2 events. Like Chloe also like existed. Same with Cutter in Uncharted 3. Like he also knows Nathan before, but he never isn't mentioned.
Yeah.
Of course, like Sam is just like on total different level because he is Nathan's brother and not just like another side character. Because technically Sam is another main character in this game.
Yeah, it's true. It's a little more so because it's not just some other character, but a very important character to Nate's life and history.
But yeah, that is, of course, that is only always that's because Sam was clearly like designed for Uncharted 4. So that isn't like there to compare that in Uncharted 3 example, Marlowe doesn't mention Sam because Sam was like later written into this series.
Yeah, so it's a bit contradictory, but you know, Sam also wasn't in the orphanage, so maybe it's just a gap in Marlowe's knowledge.
Yeah, that also
But
can be true.
it does, yeah, it does fly in the face of Marlowe's whole thing of like being creepily knowledgeable about Nate when there's this glaring omission. but yeah, what are you gonna do? So this is another really good restart checkpoint skip that we're gonna get here to skip a lot of the running around in this area. So you do have to run. You can't just run directly to the checkpoint. It won't be there right now. But once you get around this house part, then you can go right to where you need to be. And then you restart checkpoint to reset the AI, and you know, you won't get caught. Nice quick jump. All right, he's gonna teleport with that first checkpoint. And now make a break for it. Right to the next checkpoint. And if you don't reset here, then Sam takes too long to catch up to you and you'll get caught by the guards. But now Sam's right here, so good to go.
Actually, a rock that is also like told in this game that Nathan like of course like this doesn't make sense, but that this actually is decent like explanation why Nathan didn't use or didn't have a grapple hook in previous games, because that reminded grapple hook reminded him of too much of Sam. Like Nathan wanted to get rid of everything he could so he wouldn't remember Sam because he died in prison. Of course, like that doesn't make any sense if you think about that like normal human being, but that actually is explained in this game.
Exactly. Why grapple if it's going to remind
that
you
is
of your
actually,
dead brother?
if you watched Sam actually has in these flashbacks, he has that same outfit, what's like original Nathan had in the first Uncharted teaser. That white red shirt and also blue jeans and also same kind of hair. And you can see from Nathan that he dresses same like Sam in these flashbacks. Nathan has same kind of hair, and also like has same kind of outfit what Sam wears in these flashbacks.
Yeah.
Like they both have same kind of hair, and the same kind of like both have like same kind of shirt with buttons, with 3 buttons, and always which one is on top. That button is always open for both. But yeah, that actually isn't like written in this game, what I just told. But that is like Nathan actually says in chapter 6, I think, that I haven't used this. When as a Sam gives him a grapple hook. Nathan says that I haven't used this one since after you were dead or something like that. So that pretty much is the explanation that Nathan didn't want to use a grapple hook. Which makes
We'll just breeze over that one.
which makes
Let the game have its fun with that.
this is next place where I like to watch my time, 2:28:57. I have no idea about my pace. I don't have enough motivation to compare this time. I'm just guessing that is still decent.
Yeah, I think it's decent.
Treasure's probably there. Just need to save Sam before they find it.
Look, up there.
In here, when Elena says look, then press
All the way down.
L3, you
Get down to you.
trigger this triangle prompt faster by then.
Back up.
Yeah. Here.
All right, and Elena's back. So catching up on the story, you've just woken up because Elena has flown to the island with Sully and found you unconscious again. And that flashback that we were just playing was actually Nate telling Elena the story of his childhood and the origin of Sam. So now Elena, she's not happy about it, but she's ride or die. She's gonna help Nate rescue Sam because they have to obviously rescue Sam because he's still with Nadine and Rafe. And that's their mission now, is to find Sam and leave, because now that they know that the Hector Alcazar thing is not real, they don't really need the treasure anymore. But there's a little more to it than just needing the treasure, you know what I mean? We'll see what happens.
There's a way through over there.
See if you can find something I can use.
Yeah.
Now be careful, Nate.
Hold on.
No, that is fine. She doesn't though. Or does she?
Thanks.
Oh,
That actually was also, I remember when this game was, Naughty Dog and Sony were marketing this game or advertising this game. Like every trailer and like every commercial, etc., was like, is Nathan gonna die? Is Nathan gonna die? Did Thieves End? What Thieves End means?
Hey, nice jump.
Like everyone was speculating: is Nathan gonna die? Is Sully gonna die? Is Elena gonna die?
Not good.
Well, we can see answer. Well, we can say that answer, of course. Like nobody doesn't die, and like I actually didn't even want to believe that before release, or even I played this game. Like that wouldn't just fit Uncharted. That main character dies in end.
yeah, it'd be a little out of character for this game. to kill any of its main characters. With the exception of like maybe Sam because he was new and kind of a dick, which is why like the finale works so well when they tease Sam's death. Yeah, Brad, you thought for sure Sam was going to? Yeah, exactly.
I'll just meet you at the top.
Because you got to figure, can't be Nate, but Sam. But then that also ends the series on a downer. So I like the way it worked out.
You didn't die.
Hey, nice move.
What a bastard.
Oh, we're getting some exercise. At
Get
least.
this jump. Nice jump. That's a tough one.
What? Nathan didn't want to grab that.
It'll be easier to
Oh no.
He was actually reaching his hands. But didn't do anything.
Yeah, that happens sometimes too. It's really annoying.
So yeah, pretty much this encounter. Just use your weapon once. Don't do that.
Yeah, you do that just so that they hear you and you can start doing the normal run speed. Shooting that guy because jumping on him would take too long.
might be worth a shot. Elena, come on.
Grab some grenades. Just make a break for it.
Oh, that was pretty slippery angle.
Yeah.
Okay, pretty sure we lost him.
But yeah, like anyways,
Easy peasy.
in like
So here's my question.
I would say that when you start chapter 17, doesn't matter which category you are doing. This is like last push. What is left,
Walking away isn't an option for him.
and this actually like this last third act or yeah last act of this game is actually pretty straightforward. There isn't much wonder around in here anymore.
Killer article about all this.
Well, actually, in New Devon you can like explore houses, etc. But this starts to be like just going more straightforward, chapter after chapter.
So why do you think?
Yeah, definitely. This is like it's like the climax of the game, but kind of stretched out over these last few chapters. But it is very much just you're focused on your one mission, which is getting to Sam, and you just take out everything in your path. So it's a little more straightforward. You're not like trying to figure out clues and all this other stuff. You're just into that epic final chase down.
Looks like I can get up there now. Thank you. Okay.
Try not to get killed by debris.
Nothing yet.
Nice.
Gonna climb higher. An elevator just because the elevator.
You made it.
Is there ever a doubt?
Wait, hold on. I got an idea.
All right, elevator up. So this is also where like all the more difficult encounters start from chapter 17 on. Not as big of a deal on explorer mode.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like of course, every encounter on Explorer is more or less not so difficult. Like always, just depending like how enemies behave. That is like only problem you can have when you are doing any present run.
We did it.
Indeed.
Get on quick.
Howdy.
Hi.
Now what?
And this is also one of Uncharted 1 references. Elena is wearing a purple tank top. like in Uncharted 1.
The car is cover. See if I can flank them.
Right, she because it's like a purple tank top with a white undershirt or something.
Yeah, that is like in Uncharted 1. It's like her outfit, but like still a purple tank top in both games.
I wish they had given Elena like some formal wear or something. Because when you change the costumes, Elena only has like island wear, and when she was at the house, and that's like about it.
I think she has like
So it's just
4 or 5 different outfits.
yeah, which is not that many compared to everyone else, you know.
Holy shit!
Are you okay, Nate?
Yeah.
Hello? Come on. You drive.
You sure?
That was
You seem to be doing fine.
a great takedown by Elena.
I need a break.
Alright, so I haven't done this upcoming skip that many times in my runs, but I will do that now. Dam skip, which can save max like 20-25 seconds if you get that pretty fast.
There goes nothing.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky skip. So one of the ways to get out of bounds in this game is like we did in Chapter 6, the first out of bounds skip. If you are up against a piece of cover that has you crouching, so something short like a box, and if
We're getting
you aim and you hold your directional towards the edge of the box, Nate will aim around the side of the box instead of over the top of it. So when you go around the side is when you can kind of shift your model into the wall. So Auk's using this car positioning here to try and simulate essentially a box there that he can go up against, and then try to shift his
Are you serious?
hitbox, out of the. Oh, so something like that. Yeah, and it didn't quite go. So the thing that's so tricky about this skip is that you have to put the car there.
I
So
have
it's
to
not like a
change car
set
position.
position. Yeah. So, it's not like the Chapter 6 one where the box is there, so you just, you get used to the box positioning and you're good. This one, it's like you have to drive the car there yourself. So if it's slightly off, it can be difficult. It takes a lot more practice and getting used to.
This is going awful right now.
Yeah, it's not going great. We'll try one more time.
That actually was decent, but I failed that skip. Hold on. There we go. PogChamp.
Nice. Excellent. Yeah. So, and there's that little shimmy that you saw Aukk doing. That's to kind of move you over to the side. So if you shimmy like that, your position against the whatever your cover is on will kind of move over a little bit, get you closer to where you want to skip through. But if you shimmy too much, then it pops you back out. So you want to get that perfect balance. And now, thanks to the fact that this section hasn't quite loaded in properly, Nate's able to climb up these waterfalls and stuff and sort of skip all the truck traversal in this area. Whereas normally you would have to do a lot of driving around. Well, not a lot, but I'm driving around to get to this checkpoint. Well done. Thank you for showing off that skip.
Oh, that is actually like I started using that skip recently, just because, well, even though that was now a little bit disaster, that actually, when you're just comfortable enough with that, that isn't like that hard to perform.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like right
Yeah, I
there.
imagine if you have a good car setup or a good feel on where the car needs to be and the angle and everything, it's not too bad.
Oh, that's heavy. Okay. There goes nothing.
3 for 3.
3 for 3.
Oh, yeah. This takes pretty much about 1 minute, this elevator trip. You could talk, Lena, in here when that triangle prompt appears, but usually when I'm doing run, I'm just doing something else, and I just position myself in here, like ready. And I'm not even sometimes even watching screen. Look at those rock textures, by the way. And also, these are going through. If there. But yeah, I always position myself in here, and then I'm just ignoring everything in my life, and I'm just pressing triangle in here. Like, I'm doing something else, I just smash triangle in here. Because there is also in-game cutscene after prompt disappears.
No matter what it is, you're supposed to come to me so that
Yeah, it's a little like a break you get to have.
Yeah, that is, of course,
Take a breath and get ready.
yeah, of course you can take like breaks in this game because this is in-game time. But I think I usually, when I have done runs, I have just done a full run without taking any breaks because already watching a loading screen is break.
Yeah,
You just have to be ready.
it's right because yeah, some loading screens it's like you gotta be ready in case the percentage doesn't come up, and then when it does, you gotta make sure you're ready once it gets to like 80, because then it could go at any moment. So it's not really a break.
All right, so
And yeah, it's like kind of bad etiquette to pause the game even if it's in game. So
music in here is great, but I think because my game audio is pretty low, I'm not sure. Are you able to hear that? But this same music plays after between chapter 9 and chapter 10 cutscene, where Nathan tells Elena that there was like tsunami or something else, and they still have to be at Malaysia a couple more weeks. And this music starts playing on background, and Elena's face looks like that she knows that Nathan is lying.
we'll try.
mm.
Over and out.
And this music cue is also perfectly timed so that it fades out as Sully comes in if you stick to the road. We obviously did not stick to the road.
You can go over rail in here, but your angle has to be very specific, and you also need enough speed. And I didn't have it had enough speed, so I had to land first on bridge, and then go like straight into water.
Yeah, that's a nice skip because that bridge is going to collapse anyway. So at one point, somebody figured out that you could just drive off of it right away instead of waiting for it to fall.
All right, that car blows up. No more using car in this game anymore.
Oh, come on.
Bye, car. This is a tricky rope swing too. It's like there's ways to get it kind of first swing, but it's messed up. So usually you just do one swing back.
All right, so in here, I'm not sure was I one who found this route, but I was one who started using this in runs, and this is most fastest one in here. You climb up top of this rock, jump down, roll to avoid stagger, climb up, and we are pretty much in here where we are supposed to be.
Yeah, this route is much nicer than the other one. Not only is it faster, but it's just easier to perform. You don't have to worry about sliding on the stupid thing. Now you stay around that rock because if you climb up it, sometimes it pushes you off. I think because that bird is there or something. So just shimmy around it instead of walking up it.
Sorry, buddy. No disrespect.
And here the camera's gonna have a mind of its own, so you gotta account for that stuff.
More to it.
And in here, when you see a chapter number appearing, restart checkpoint to avoid slow walk.
Yeah, Elena's gonna have this conversation with you, and it'll force you to walk to reset. It just gives you your full movement back. I think it might skip part of the conversation too, but
Those things don't look steady.
that's okay.
They're not. Be careful. Excuse me.
Oh, left side. I didn't know you could do that jump. This is another hanging ledge. Let's see if he gets it. Nicely done.
Keep your eyes open for shoreline types.
Yeah.
You alright? Through here. Watch your head.
Alright, this encounter is pretty same one, like first one in previous chapter. Just shoot once, then get combat speed. Go in here. Use blind fire.
There's also an out of bounds on this ledge that Aukk just lines up. You can drop out of the map there. Doesn't lead to anything, but it's still fun.
Yeah, you can skip these fights with using going out of bounds, but unfortunately that doesn't help at all because you miss a trigger. Because in here you could go out of bounds and actually go on top of Thomas Hughes' house where you drop down that bookshelf, which helps Elena up. But that triangle prompt doesn't work. So that really sucks because that would skip like 3 to 4 minutes of gameplay.
Does Elena like follow you into that area?
No,
Like,
she
there's a
doesn't
model
because
there, but just
because you go out of bounds and you are still in encounter. So I think that is reason why that scene doesn't trigger, because technically you're still in encounter.
yeah. Because like there's some, if you use the super swim trick in that room, you can get up there before Elena and whatnot. But then you still have to hit certain buttons to get the triangle prompt to work to get Elena up there. But if Elena's not even in the room, then that probably wouldn't work either.
After you.
Oh, sweet. You want me to be your decoy?
You can also use this box. So like we saw with the car, to get out of bounds, you can use basically any box to get out of bounds, more or less anywhere. I think every single box can get you out of bounds somewhere. This box can get you out of bounds not only down here, but also up at the top. But again, doesn't really lead to anything. So you can get into this house before it collapses. But then there's like a bunch of invisible walls that you can't actually get through to get into this next checkpoint area.
And yeah, also about diving in this or swimming in this game. Diving is a little bit faster than swimming on surface.
Good to know. Wildy, look away while we avoid this treasure.
Behind you.
And
Nothing
also,
to see there.
if you are in combat, diving is faster because there is 2 different like phases of diving. You have like normal diving speed, then you have combat diving speed. And those who are gonna watch my Lost Legacy any percent, there is actually one good example of that, which I'm gonna use in my run, which I think nobody else hasn't done yet in their runs in that game.
Whoa, whoa!
I'm looking forward to that.
Stronger than it looks.
I'm curious what spot it is.
And this is one of place where you could use Super Swim, but because I'm unpatched, I can't use that. You have to do a casual way in here.
Hold up. I'll weigh it down for you.
Great.
Yeah, I think this is one of the biggest Super Swim scripts.
Okay.
This
In the
one
game.
and in chapter 22.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know which one is bigger, but this one is much more difficult because you see that hole right there? You could super swim straight through the hole into the abyss and die. And it's also, because of the current, it's also a really tricky angle to actually get the super swim, which is normally really easy input, but in this room, it's especially difficult. So another reason to not so much care about running unpatched is that this super swim could kill your run if you go for it, so you might not go for it anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I think Isma didn't use this Super Swim in his own PB. Like, only Super Swim he used was that one in chapter 22.
Right. Yeah, that's where it makes the most sense. There's like 2 or 3 other spots maybe where you can get really short super swims that save, I don't know, a second,
But-
maybe 2.
Yeah, do you think
But-
actually that would be faster when you start chapter 12 and you jump out from boat immediately, then you use super swims?
Because I tested that. Yeah, I tested that, and because of the way the surface of the water moves so much, most of the time you stop before you get anywhere because the surface of the water dips down and gets you out of it, kind of thing. So, like, I've tried it, and you get like a variable distance. So like sometimes you'll get a really long one if you get lucky, but then it usually doesn't get you all the way to the island that you need to be at. So, I mean, unless someone else found a more consistent way, I haven't been able to get it to like work right.
Yeah, that is like, I have a...
But you can also, yeah, because I think you can super swim through some walls too. So like I found some other ways to get out of bounds, but none that got me to any checkpoints.
Yeah, that sucks in this game because there actually would be nice skips which could save at least like 3 to 5 minutes, but because you skip some triggers, you are not able to move forward at all. So pretty much.
Yeah, it's quite a shame.
So that, well, that is one of the reasons. Well, that is the biggest reason why Uncharted 4 any% is mostly glitchless. Even though actually there is about the same amount of skips like in Lost Legacy, but because Lost Legacy skips are like more major ones than in this game.
Be careful.
Yeah, they're definitely more significant, and the game is shorter overall, so it makes an even bigger impact.
I'll meet you up top.
And they're more like interesting. Like you kind of do, every skip has a little bit of a different technique. So they're kind of all their own unique beasts, you know?
Word of the day.
All right, so yeah, not much has changed story-wise. We're still just kind of following a trail, looking for Sam.
Well, actually, there was that cutscene we skipped. Like, Nathan and Ellen discovers what happened to other founders.
Check it out. Footprints go through this.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
We
So,
can
yeah, so
we can
we
actually
found,
get into that after this fight because there is much of like
Yeah.
slow time in there.
Good point. And this fight is pretty exciting.
Why bother barricading their path unless...
Yeah, unfortunately, this isn't on crushing.
Help me push this open.
Yeah.
Brad, I'm trying to get competitive at time. You can watch my Avery's house when we are doing encounter race with Gov tomorrow.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I don't have a lock on name. All right. Now I remember why I actually turn off lock on name, or turn on lock on name after I throw that grenade.
Yeah. On Explorer, that gun has infinite ammo, I think.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't?
No,
It doesn't show you your ammo, which is interesting.
no, that is like interesting, I would say.
Yeah.
I think that was the last one. I'm counting on
Alright.
myself.
There you go.
Or, yeah.
Oh yeah. I always wait for the music cue. You can hear the music will cue into the one that dies down, and then you can restart checkpoint to teleport to the door, because that's where this checkpoint is. But if you restart encounter, you're technically still in the fight until you get through this door.
Yeah.
So if you were to restart encounter now, you go
and
back
yeah,
and have to redo the whole fight again.
Signed by
like Gov says, a restart the encounter actually is gone when you can move Nathan in here, which is now. And there's proof.
as the sun's
So, back to
There you
story.
we must endeavor to preserve its
Yeah, so what we discovered in Avery's house was that Avery and two, so the pirate founders had all been fighting, and the citizens of Libertalia had been revolting because the founders were hoarding all the treasure and you know, fun pirate stuff, as you would expect. So Avery and two decided to gather all the founders under the promise of making amends, basically having like a peace treaty, a peace summit, and at that dinner, Avery and two poisoned all the other pirates, and they all died at the dinner table there. So it turns out Avery and two had their own plan, which was to kill all the founders and take everything for themselves. And right now, so that's what we've discovered about the founders as we go deeper into this world, trying to find Sam, who is now ahead of you with Rafe,
Where's the switch?
solving the puzzle of the island.
Nate,
Yeah. Did you find something?
I think so.
Yeah, that was pretty much about what happened in that cutscene. What happened now when Gov was holding what happened in Thomas Theo's house.
There's a bloody fingerprint right here where
Um,
Lydia should be, and I
Sam left clue into this room that there is hidden passage in here, and Elena finds that from that globe, and there is bloody fingerprints on top of Libertalia, which is a little bit obvious to have a secret button for opening secret passage.
Just a tad.
hit watch your head.
Actually sucks that I'm doing this chapter
Looks like Avery built himself.
on Explorer, because I think some people would wanted to see doing mummies on crushing.
Guess we're gonna find out.
I could change difficulty, but
Yeah.
maybe that is
Now,
better.
I wonder if mummies are faster on crushing because they blow up sooner. Or
Well, they blow
at
up
the same rate?
sooner, yeah, but you can get past to mummies quicker on Explorer. Because on
okay.
crushing you have to wait in middle of that room a little bit before you can go forward. And I'm stuck.
Yeah, where you die. This is actually a really tricky section because it's hard to shake the controller for the flashlight while maintaining your speed. And you kind of don't have to if you know where you're going and when you should turn, but it's tricky. And there'll be another. So when we cross the second one of these sets of platforms, if you when you approach the platforms, you'll go into a forced walk. But when you're still in the tunnel, you have your full movement speed. So Auk's going to start using jump rolls
Footprints
uh,
here.
to when he still has his movement and try to make it all the way through the whole puzzle without missing a buffered roll so that he never gets stuck in the walking animation, which actually can save you a decent chunk of time because that is it is a pretty long walk to get all the way through that puzzle. But at jump roll speed, it's nice and quick. So we'll see that later in this chapter.
A little longer. Crap. Come on. Damn it.
This actually, this section, if your controller isn't like in specific angle, the game doesn't register if you're shaking your control.
Come on. Of course he used it all up.
I have there has been like few runs where I have spent
You did?
like 30 seconds in here and nothing is happening, and I'm like, what? Why isn't it working? Yeah, and that is.
I know. I get nervous here. I just kind of mash buttons and move the stick around because I'm always just like scared that it doesn't think I'm moving.
Because I'm not sure. Are you able actually to turn that on? Because if you play this game for first time, you actually there is like tutorial what to do in here. But that I think that doesn't show after you have played the game for first time, or maybe. Sorry guys. Maybe actually, if you turn on tutorials, maybe that will show then.
Somebody had to.
It might, yeah. I think if you turn it on, because I think it turns itself. The tutorials turn themselves off after you have a save file that's played it already. But yeah, if you turn the hints back on, it probably will.
Okay. Come on up.
Elena's neck. That even like watch. That hurts to watch.
Watch your head.
All right, we
I
are.
like how close the flame gets to Elena's face when she helps you climb up there.
This actually
Like,
is.
singes her eyebrows off.
I would say actually that this chapter is that's wrong way, by the way. Next one is the right. This one was left.
Hey, look.
This actually is, I would say, pretty creepy chapter because I messed up my jumps. But this is actually a pretty creepy chapter if you think about when there is like
What was that?
like written text on wooden plate that hearts that stole from me, and there is like chests. People's like chest bones are just hanging from what is that called? From ceiling, and also like people's hands and like legs, and like this pretty much
Little slippery.
tells like how nervous or paranoid Avery was in this point. Like he literally didn't trust to anyone anymore after he built up this hidden passage.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely creepy and it's very effective at what it's trying to do here.
But yeah, I was actually waiting when I played this game on first time. All right, where are like these overnatural enemies? I was like
Right,
waiting the whole
yeah.
time. Where, like,
Expecting the
are they
zombies
coming
to
now?
come out.
Are they coming now? Are they coming now?
Yeah.
And they never. And
One of these mummies is gonna wake up and attack me, right?
yeah, but I actually liked that this game didn't had any of those, because this game is more
Yeah, I
also
think
more like a little bit realistic in some way than previous games.
Yeah, because it takes its story a little more seriously, so it'd be kind of weird for it to then be like, oh, but there's also mummy monsters, you know?
Ah, I was too close to mummies. What the fuck?
Oh no.
There is actually, yeah, I forgot there is this extra box on extra box on Explorer.
Well, for once, I appreciate Avery's exploding mummies.
Nicely done. Yeah, so he goes in there to trigger those mummies early because you're on Explorer, so you can afford to take some hits from minigun guy. Because normally you would have to wait for the minigun guy to go trigger those bombs. And here comes the mummy room. So this is another example of these mummy bombs. If you're in the air when they explode, then you won't get staggered by them. And these bombs stagger pretty heavily. So you'll notice that Aukk will either be trying to get so far away from them that he doesn't actually get hit by the bombs, or make sure that he's in the air when they go off so he can keep moving.
You gonna explode now? No? How about you?
Yeah, so he skipped a roll there just to make sure he's still in the air.
Alright,
And
this
nicely
next
done.
area is that platform which Gab told about a while ago. This actually is not so easy to perform.
It's very difficult. Don't undersell it.
Follow my lead, okay?
Noise.
Made it. In your face, Avery. That's our way.
Amazing, excellent, excellent. Especially getting it started, because when you first jumping in, there's that archway. If you jump too soon or too late, you'll hit the archway, and then it kind of messes with your ability to, it messes with your timing and stuff. It can be tough. And then if you want to try again, you got to walk all the way out to get your run speed back. It's a bad one to miss,
And
but you did it perfectly.
everyone, pay attention. Like this trap, which appears now. This just came out from nowhere. Just look closely to screen right now. This just appears from nowhere.
You see? Well, at least we didn't get blown to bits. You didn't
Like that doesn't make any sense, like how that works or where this trap comes from. But hey, this is a video game.
Yeah, like the ropes had to be hanging down from somewhere. Whatever.
In here, these swings have to be pretty specific.
Yeah.
If you wanna.
Yeah.
In
They're annoying, and like you always have to miss the first one and then get the second one.
like you can get your first triangle prompt like after fourth swing, and then like you can get that's a sword like at least on fifth try or after fifth swing first time.
Keep running. Right behind you.
Move your ass. Let's go.
All right,
Yeah.
so there is only after skipping this cutscene, chapter 20 starts, and there is 3 chapters left and epilogue. And because I'm not playing on crushing, this is just pressing L2 and R2. You don't have to focus at all pretty much in here. Well, maybe a
Now,
little
to
bit.
be fair, you do a little bit, and I think that this section, since there's so many enemies and stuff, it can still be optimized even on Explorer mode. Whereas like most of the other fights, they kind of don't matter because if you just spray bullets with auto aim, you're not really going to save a whole lot of time by optimizing a fight. But this one's got so many sections and so many enemies, I think you definitely can. But we'll see how it goes.
I'm getting hungry. I who is no nobody. I would like to eat now, but I still have like what 30 minutes left.
Something like that.
Yay, we are gonna play.
At least the gunfire means he's still alive. For now.
Is that again?
Yeah, sure looks like it. Holy crap. It's a ship graveyard.
Probably pizza.
Get down this way.
Yeah, it looks safe.
We're getting closer to them. Crap. Look. That's Sam.
He's surrounded.
Come on.
All right.
Gotta find a way to the beach. Elena, this way. Seriously?
Don't hit me. Don't punch. Don't punch.
Nice. All right.
Is there someone left? Who the fuck are you?
Son of a bitch.
We can squeeze through here.
Nice save.
Actually, I think using checkpoint in here on Explorer isn't necessary.
No, I would agree. This checkpoint will despawn the enemies behind you as well as popping you forward a little bit, so you want to definitely use that one.
You're a sight for sore eyes. Yeah.
Excellent. You want to get onto this platform as soon as you kill all the guys to start the dialogue right away. Nice ladder jump.
Yeah, that is one of the downsides of logo name, because I wanted to kill that guy with RPG as fast as I could.
Shooting the pole there just to force it down, which will trigger the next wave of enemies sooner. Because normally when you beat everybody, then they start to show up. But if you start the process of, creating the bridge across, then they'll come right away.
Okay, come on.
Like I want to pick these specific weapons, and game tells you no.
Yeah.
All right, that is reunion done.
Excellent. Excellent work.
Okay, here.
I'm always thinking that do actually Nadine and Rafe need like all those turret like cars and ABC, which is coming in a few minutes. Do they actually need all
I
of
guess
those
so.
just to stop Nathan and Sam?
The answer was no, they needed more. They didn't bring enough turrets to stop Nate. At this point, shift graveyard's nearly as fast on crushing. Yeah, some parts of it at least. A lot less safe though.
I'm using Barret.
Oh, Christ, how many of these trucks did you bring, Raven?
Come on, come on.
Why? That's why you bring the Barack to this fight.
I always like to do this. After Nathan says, or not, then you can blow up that truck.
Yep.
Wait
you can blow
in
up this
here a
truck.
little bit, so you don't get killed by that wall, which comes down.
I've definitely done that before. I've been quite upset with myself. But yeah, if you blow up that truck too soon, it actually kind of locks up. I don't know if it does that on patched version, but if you blow it up too soon, then it won't come down because it's not triggered to be able to fall yet, and then you can't actually destroy it. You have to restart your checkpoint. So that or not dialogue is key. The timing, the explosion there.
Hmm. Oh Jesus, that was almost almost dropped down. Actually, I think Lost Legacy didn't have camera angles like this. At least I think so.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But that
There
is
was no
actually
crash
pretty
cam.
weird. Yeah, that is actually pretty weird considering that all other Uncharted games has.
Yeah, that you're right. That is weird because I think every other Uncharted game has a crash cam. Does Golden Abyss have one?
I have played
know.
Golden Abyss only
Maybe not
once,
Golden
so
Abyss.
those who have played Golden Abyss more probably can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the assist.
Right, so there actually is a skip for this, which was found like some months ago. Like you don't have to wait solid in here, but that also has to be very specific and can be easily only timeless rather than time save.
Yeah, you can like kind of climb up by where the ape.
Yeah, you can
Whatever the
like
truck is.
climb up and then use APC and jump into this area and then move forward, like without triggering this cutscene at all. Like I tried to do that, but that literally isn't worth if you can do that literally on first try. And
Right.
that is pretty much like
What if Shore set up an ambush by the
same like second gravel skip,
and what makes you so sure?
and which is
Now, can you try it for free while Sully is walking to the position? So, like, if you mess it up, you just walk over to Sully and do it the normal way, or do you like die and have to restart?
actually I think you don't have to restart checkpoint. That is like same thing. Like in what is that? Breach jump in Scotland, where you skip. Of course, you have to use restart checkpoint, but this is pretty similar like chapter 3 skip in Lost Legacy. That you don't have to use restart checkpoint. You just wait that area like loads up, then you can continue.
Nice.
Oh,
Oh, so one of the other differences in patched versus unpatched. In unpatched, you can stop moving this cart when you get to this area and then just jump on it and jump up while it's not really in position, so you can save yourself a couple seconds. But in patched, they won't let you can't actually let go of the cart until it's all the way up. So you have to push it all the way up.
All right,
It
so
was weird. I wonder why they did that.
this is the last skip of this game.
Whoa, check that thing out.
Wooden platform skip. I'm actually not
There's no
so
control.
confident enough of myself,
Platform with my rope.
but that was first try.
Nice.
All right, so
All right, now go back over and do the airwalk instead.
Sure you have
no, I'm rather not do that.
Get to that wooden platform.
Okay.
All right, so pretty much in here, you wait when Sam says that I have idea, Nathan. Then drop down, climb, or you only have to drop down, and you trigger like this checkpoint in here, and then you can use a rope to help these guys from other side. You can actually pretty much use that already now. When they warp, then you can use it.
Yeah, so you're waiting for like a line of dialogue, right? And then you drop down, which kind of moves Nate's model closer to them, which triggers them to be, oh, they need to be, you know, on this platform. And then the restart checkpoint just kind of teleports them, you and them, into position.
All right, Nathan, you climb
Yeah, that skip saves about 15 seconds total, I think.
Yeah, not bad. So there's actually an airwalk in this game. It's very specific on how to perform it. You need to have a small ledge that Nate's going to do a certain kind of step up animation and have a hook shot nearby. And when you get it, you'll only go in one angle. So you can't just go anywhere. So basically, on all the places that you can do it, it's essentially useless and it just brings you out into the abyss or to a place that doesn't have a checkpoint.
Let's just find him.
With the exception of right here, you can do it to get across that platform. You know, but like Aukk showed, you can also use the regular rope jump technique to get across the platform. So you don't even have to do the airwalk. I like to do the airwalk because it's more fun.
And I forgot to mention, but when you finish last encounter in this chapter, make sure you have one grenade. You will need that later in this game or in last two chapters. 3:16:57. I'm counting in my head real quick. This is like 3:32, 3:33 pace.
Not bad.
Not bad considering there was some little hiccups here and there. Still, like overall, pretty decent run. This actually, if Dam Skip would have been better, this actually would be like a much better pace. Of course, there was like there's those few or a couple fucked up restart checkpoints then. And that boat skip was backup, so sub 3:30 is definitely possible, but that really requires that you are playing decent enough.
Yeah.
Can I can finish underestimate this run. I still have 30 minutes left. If I would play on crushing, this actually would be more tighter, I think. Because the loading screens actually have been horrible in this run.
I was wondering if you were gonna switch to crushing for this part.
I'm going to change difficult at first restart checkpoints. So that doesn't save like much time, but that actually is more benefit to use that as a restart checkpoint when you change difficult.
Yeah, because then you don't have to go into the menu again, and it automatically resets the checkpoint, so you skip that prompt too. So it's like an extra couple It's like an extra second in the menu only, which is nice.
Just gonna head to Creek Mountain and see Sam.
I actually like this chapter because this pretty much like shows like how your movement is, or how bad or how good your movement is.
Mhm. Yeah, it is a really nice chapter, and it's a nice little, because like all the action is now done. You're going into the finale, and you get like this kind of a breather to take it in, look at the scenery, and just and see how well you've learned the platforming of this game, because it utilizes basically everything that you've done before into like one chapter of, here's the epitome of the climbing, the send off of platforming in Uncharted. And it's really nice. This is tricky. Good job. With that jump, if you're too close to the edge, Nate will actually leap over instead of on top of the platform and then fall to his death, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, the restart checkpoint actually is around a corner where you just came from, so that easily is frustrating time loss.
Yeah, you lose a lot.
Okay, here we go.
And in here, you can skip this bridge by hanging in here, then drop down. You don't have to drop down, but I like to do that rather than just doing like YOLO in there, because that is much more safer.
Yeah, because normally what's supposed to happen is if you try to go down there, you die from fall damage. But right by the edge, it's the gravel kind of slopes up. So if you land on close enough to the edge, you'll be fine. Which, like Aukk said, you can do it just by dropping off, but then if you're not kind of exactly right, you'll end up dying. So if you just do the hang down, then you get it every time. This is a fun jump too. You just kind of get that good angle to skip the first part of that.
Not even close. Jeez.
You gotta love when ledges are programmed to be grabbed, because then you give you a lot of leeway.
All right.
As soon as Nate tugs on this rope, then you can get a restart, which just nicely lines you up to get a quick jump on this gravel.
All right. This next slide is pretty scary, especially when I'm on crushing. We will see how this goes.
Yeah, any casual players, I'm sure, spent many death attempts in this area.
All right. When you drop down into water, and this actually was found some months ago, you restart checkpoint in here. And then you already can swim, and you are much closer to this cave where you are supposed to go.
Oh, that's a new one for me.
All right. Unfortunately, we skip now cutscene where Rafe beach slaps Nadine. That is unfortunate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna miss that one. So at this point, if you haven't figured it out, Sam has escaped. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, actually, yeah. So this last cutscene was Sam has escaped, obviously, because he escaped us as well. we come across Rafe and Nadine. Rafe has bought out Nadine's remaining shoreline people because Nadine decides that it's not worth it anymore and is just going to leave with the treasure that they found. And Rafe wants to go to the ship where they know that the rest of the treasure is. Because if we remember from the dinner poisoning, Avery and Thomas too took the treasure for themselves and ordered it up onto this is Avery's ship, which he was planning on sailing away with.
Look at that.
So, and then at the beginning of this last cutscene, Sam steals one of Rafe's boats to head to the ship first, and then Rafe and his goons follow closely behind him. And then as we're approaching, we see those explosions, which gets rid of Nate's goons. And leads us to this doorway here, where we will find Rafe on the other side, and poor Sam.
I actually have to make
pinned
sure.
under
Yeah, I'm on Explorer.
This is insane, even for you. You want to
Yeah.
get insane? Nathan Drake.
Well, I'm gonna do
I
this.
know. I was curious if you were going to do this on crushing too. I'm not sure if it's actually faster
Well.
because he moves faster.
I'm gonna do this on Crushing anyway tomorrow, so.
Come on, we can get out of here together.
Yeah, exactly. We'll save it for that.
But yeah, this fight is still faster on Explorer because Rafe does. I think Rafe does the same amount of patterns, but his patterns have less hits or his combos are not so long than on any other difficulties. Even,
Gotcha.
but
Right.
even like this is boring as hell because Rafe his attacks are so slow.
Yeah, I was always curious about that because he does attack very quickly in crushing, but I was like, he might not require as many hits to take down. And then, like you said, he doesn't swing as often when he starts attacking you, so I guess that balances it back out to still be faster on Explorer difficulty. Everybody's favorite monologuer, Rafe Adler.
I actually like that monologue. That is I still remember that from outside.
Yeah,
Like,
it's great.
like
I'm not being sarcastic.
But like literally, if someone wakes me up at midnight and says, "Oh, can you say Rafe's monologue?" then I'm sure.
Oh my god. In my heyday, I could have probably recited his whole monologue. But I don't think I can anymore. But yeah, he gives us a nice little angry villain summary of the previous Uncharted games and Nate's legacy, and you know, makes fun of all his friends. Great.
Can you, Rafe? I tried to get that little skip in here. Well, didn't work. I actually like this fight a lot because this also has like many little meanings that Nate's Rafe is Henry Avery, and he was obsessed with treasure, and Nathan is like Thomas Tew, who wasn't that obsessed with treasure and tries to stop Avery. In this case, Nathan is trying to stop Rafe.
Yeah, it draws a lot of the whole Avery 2 thing. Draws a lot of parallels with both Rafe and Nate and Sam and Rafe. It's like all of them kind of relate back to it in some way at some point.
Oh my god, can I get that cutscene trigger?
I know.
Yay.
Yeah, it can be tricky to get the fight to kind of just finish up. Sometimes if you're too close to a wall or something, it'll do a different animation, and you need to get this one
Taking my brother
that
to
ends the
leave.
fight.
You want to stay and burn the ship, you be my guest.
Well done. The hard part's over.
Yeah, do you mean whole run?
Underneath all the bravado, you're just a sad little boy.
This fine.
Illusions
I haven't done
of grandeur.
that much any percent runs. Like after all, I think
So long, Nathan.
what I would say I have done. I would say less than 10 any percent runs. Comparing how many runs I have done on crushing.
Yeah, it's a lot more. A lot more than 10.
But yeah, but that is already because I played so much this game of crushing. Didn't take like much to learn any percent because I knew movement and restart checkpoints, etc. These kind of things. That was pretty much
Yeah.
just learning encounters and skips, which is
Yeah. and then
which is
after
to be
getting
honest,
skips,
yeah, which to be honest doesn't take that much time comparing that optimize this whole run and
Yeah, the hard parts of these runs is, or like the ones that take the most studying, is like all the restart checkpoints, and then like some things with the encounters and stuff. But yeah, like memorizing all the checkpoints can be difficult. Luckily though, your in-game time doesn't continue when you pause, so especially if you're trying to learn this game, you can just kind of pause it and use like a reference sheet for where your next restart checkpoint is. And like you don't even necessarily have to do all of them. You could start with just the ones that save the most amount of time, like in chapter 11, the ones in the portrait puzzle, those save a lot of time. Some of the ones that move your AI companion around save some time. And then other ones are not as important. That's what you do, Brad? Work.
can someone actually tell me that's why I have a sub on this channel? Like when I have even received it?
You have a guardian angel.
15 days ago. Anonymous. Oh really, Melon? Wow, I didn't know. Alright, so what happened in the story? Nathan tells Sam that you have to evaluate what is most important in your life, and you have to choose what you're gonna keep on and choose what you're gonna let go. And for Nathan, that is not letting go Elena go. And for Sam, that still doesn't is best advice because he still isn't satisfied enough after finding Avery's treasure. Which pretty much is, I like that dialogue because that literally is like talking to us players. You are never satisfied after you finish a Uncharted game. Like you always want more, but there has to be like an end line for that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really nice conclusion and conversation that the characters have.
But yeah, like, sorry if my Discord is coming through.
It's probably coming through on mine too, honestly. Yeah, so the other part of the final cutscene is um, Elena. So Nate, agrees to go back with Elena and live a normal life, and then Elena kind of realizes that a normal life just isn't for either of them. So she buys Jameson salvage from Jameson so that they can start taking some mild adventures on some legal work to sort of scratch the itch, of the adventuring life. So while Sam is sort of like an early career date where he still has that lore, Nate's more like a retired older gentleman who
Nope.
just wants to go on a boat.
Alright, so run is invalid again because I'm playing Crash. I'm sorry, Warren. Well, Brad.
No crash percent though, huh?
Well, Brad, actually, Cassie pets Vicky in here, so I don't have to do that myself.
Oh,
Sucks on you.
faced. Yeah. Oh boy, who could this be?
Where are they?
Don't try to beat me in this game, Brad.
Mom? Dad?
I remember actually when I played, when I was on my first playthrough, that I was watching, I think, YouTube or something, and there was a thumbnail which had Cassie in there, and I still wasn't in that time. By then, I didn't still was like in midway of Uncharted 4, I think, but I totally ignored that. Then when I was in here on my first playthrough, I was like, that girl looks pretty similar.
Yeah, that's a shame. I hate when they
But,
put thumbnails that have that stuff in there. And there was a lot of like
Mhm.
Cassie's on thumbnails.
But yeah, well, actually, yeah, I got spoiled, but I didn't got spoiled because I didn't pay
Yeah.
attention.
So goofy.
Yeah, you got lucky that you didn't really notice that it was
Yeah,
Uncharted related.
I was just going through and yeah, what is that? All right, there is something more interesting. All right, last restart
Yeah.
checkpoint, everyone. Last
Good
restart
teleport.
checkpoint of
One
Uncharted
foot.
4. That makes me a little bit sad.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like a really
Whoa.
and like you don't really save much time on that last one either. What is it, like a second?
Still worth doing. Melon, do you agree?
Thanks for the compliment, Rocky. Appreciate it. Great job, Aukk, showing us this run and doing all the fun skips.
I'm actually curious of what my time is. If I have to guess, either
Yeah,
3:33 or 3:34.
either one would be a really impressive time, especially with the dam skip.
The Gunsway heist? Wait, did you go looking for Avery's treasure?
Alright, last 2 prompts of this game.
Greatness
First
is small, but
X, and then triangle.
what's this? What the hell?
PogChamp. This is actually not official record. but this is still better than my. This is still better than my PB. So if I highlight this, this
Wow.
is new world record.
How did that even happen? It didn't seem that great. To be
No,
honest.
no, I didn't.
Wow.
This is 5 seconds worse than my than one of my runs, which I never even highlighted. This actually would have been much better if example that restarts checkpoint in chapter 10 would have been G8 from myself. Thanks for GG's, guys.
Wow. Well done. Freaking accidental world record.
Yeah, but this run, this run actually is spliced because stream was
Yeah,
well.
it's true.
Either way,
And you know what? You can do it better anyway, so it's
well,
fine.
yeah, I could do, yeah. Just do that one restart checkpoint better. And that is already new record.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is spliced anyway. I actually was thinking about doing a local record, but I thought that I'm not gonna get new record anyway, so. Well, yeah.
That's what you get.
Hey, chat, let's all blame Palma for this one. This is Palma's fault. Because Palma didn't race against me, so this is his fault.
Sounds like a plan. All right. Everybody, go tell Palma that it's his fault that we got a new world record stream.
And yeah, anyways.
All right, so I guess that wraps us up.
Yeah,
so yeah,
that is-
thanks everybody for joining. Thanks for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you everyone. And good luck to next runner who is... I have to check actually.
Thanks to Aukk for a great run.
Thanks for Gab. Everyone, give a big applause to Gab about commentating this
I
run
don't
with
know
me.
if you wanted to say anything. Oh, you went on mute.
Anyway, cheers
So I don't know what's
guys,
happening. But
and good luck
thanks
to
everyone
next
for the
runner.
GGs and for hanging out.